Beers.com.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
FanDuel Sports Network is your new home for your home teams. Watch all the big hits, big shots, big goals, all in one place. For unrivaled coverage of your LA Kings, visit FanDuelSportsNetwork.com today and stream live tonight.
We return to LA Kings Game Night, a pregame look at the LA Kings matchup.
LA Kings hockey is on ESPN LA.
On the ESPN LA Kings Radio Network.
Welcome back to tonight's pregame show here in downtown Los Angeles. I'm Josh Schaefer. This is LA Kings Game Night. Just a few minutes ago, we heard from from Warren Fogle, an Ontario-born Kings forward. Then we heard from LA Kings insider Zach Dooley, and now another LA Kings player from the Toronto area. We'll hear from Kings forward Quinton Byfield, who's been terrific for LA as of late. 14 points and a plus 11 in his last 10 games here at Crypto.com Arena. As we heard from Warren Fogle earlier, those two nearly capitalized on a scoring chance in the second period in Denver when the game was 2-0 Avs. They were unable to do so, took a penalty on the same play, and the Avs scored on the ensuing power play. We'll get QB's thoughts on that play and how it changed the course of the game and about how well this team has played at home this season. Here's a conversation after Thursday's game in Denver. Kings forward Quinton Byfield.
Guys started and felt the group maybe kind of stopped skating in the second and third periods. How'd you kind of see that unfold from your point of view?
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. I feel like we were ready to play at the beginning. Then, it's a really good team. They've been hot at home as well. So for us too, we got to figure out our road game before we go into playoffs too. So we should play a full 60 there.
I wonder how you kind of saw that play unfold at the end of the second. It seemed like Morsey, you, and Fogs all kind of did the right thing, game of inches, and then it just goes the other way. Was that maybe a tough turning point for you guys?
Yeah, I think that's a massive turning point, honestly. I think if I bury that or Fogs buries that, it's a completely different game, and then, he takes a penalty as well. So instead of being 2-1, it goes 3-0, and, that's the difference. So I feel like I got to bury that, or, he has to bury that too, so it's on us there.
I don't know, every game's obviously different, but the starts have always seemed to be there. And then the second period, just, a little bit of a drop-off at times. Anything that you can point to consistently, or is it all just a kind of a game-by-game thing?
Yeah, I think it's game-by-game thing. We talk about changes a lot, too. Like, obviously, when you go in the second period, it's a long change. So maybe got to be a lot better on those. Teams are catching us on some bad changes if we're changing late, or, guys are staying on a little too long, and then, they can't get back and then come off. So, I'm a victim of that as well. So I think that's a big thing. We just got to be ready for the second.
How difficult is it to be on the penalty kill against, that unit when they have so many different weapons who can get you in so many different ways?
Yeah, I mean, all of them are dangerous. You can't let McCarr go, or he'll burn you, McKinnon as well. So, two great players. It's tough to lock them down, but we believe in our PK. We've been good all year, so I feel like we could have been better.
Obviously, so many games for this team this month, and you're in a 6-9 right now. But how nice is it to kind of be going home for the final three, a 3-4 all in LA?
Yeah, very nice. As I said, we've been brutal on the road, so I don't know what happened. Flip-flop from last year, but we feel comfortable at home, and some big points that we need to win here, and going home we feel confident in that.
That's LA Kings forward Quinton Byfield after the loss the other night in Colorado. To put a couple of those things into context, this Kings penalty kill has been good all season. 10 for their last 13 on the kill over the last 5 games, however. For whatever reason, the Kings penalty kill has fallen off a little bit since the Four Nations break. They were top 5 in the NHL up until that Four Nations break, and since then, they've gone up and down from that top 5. At one point, falling out of the top 10. They currently sit 8th in the NHL in penalty killing percentage right now. On the power play, however, Kings have been pretty good. Over the last 6 games, Kings are 4 for 15 on the advantage. That's just under 27%. 20%. And to put that into context of how they've been on the season, that's 11% better than the Kings' power play percentage on the season. Now, Andrei Kopitar said last week that it doesn't really matter what the power play percentage looks like at the end of the season. It's not going to be very good, and that's fine. It's scoring timely power play goals between now and the end of the regular season so that the power play unit gets hot going into the postseason. Well, last time the LA Kings played in this building was on Tuesday. They scored 2 power play goals against the New York Rangers, including the eventual game winner from Philip Deneau. It was the first time this year, or just the second time this year, that the Kings have scored multiple power play goals in a game, and it broke a stretch of 66 consecutive games with 1 power play goal or fewer for the LA Kings. Now, a couple other things. Things have absolutely gone the opposite direction of how the team's home and road records were last year. This year on the road, the Kings were 14, 19, and 5 last year, among the NHL's best away from home, where on home ice, the team was just okay. This year, the Kings are, in fact, the league's #1 home team in the NHL. 26-3-4. They have a 15-game point streak, a franchise record on home ice over the last couple of months, going back to a January 20th regulation loss against the Pittsburgh Penguins. That was the last time they lost in regulation in this building. Since then, not only have they been the best home team in the NHL during that stretch, they've extended their NHL best home record and points percentage this season, as opposed to where it was last year, which was not very good. That just shows how important it is to get home ice in the first round of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and then some. That's what these two teams are battling for tonight. The Kings at 40, 22, and 9, second place in the Pacific Division, a game in hand and 2 points ahead of third place Edmonton, currently in possession of home ice if the playoffs were to start today. Same with the Leafs. They're second place in the Atlantic, only 1 point out of first, but only 1 point ahead of third place Tampa Bay. We will get the lineups for tonight's game and give them right to you after this break. LA Kings game night and our pregame coverage of Toronto versus LA continues after this on the ESPN LA Kings Radio Network.
NHLShop.com, the official online store of the National Hockey League, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear, with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.com, a Fanatics experience.
Starting a yard project soon? Before you dig, remember that utility lines might be just below the surface. The average shovel strike travels over 30 miles per hour, with over 200 pounds of force, powerful enough to break underground utility lines, which homeowners could be responsible to pay for. Always call 811 before you dig to stay safe, avoid fines or outages. For more information, visit SoCalGas.com/811. SoCal Gas is responsible for marking natural gas pipelines up to the gas meter.
Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel is setting the standard with A-list entertainment. Don't miss a chance to see the one and only Carlos Santana dazzle listeners with his unique blend of Latin blues and rock on April 16th. Laugh out loud as actor-comedian Kevin Hart brings his bold comic stylings to Yamava Theater for a night of fun on April 20th. Buy tickets to see the multi-platinum selling singer-songwriter James Taylor on May 8th. Only at Yamava, California's #1 entertainment destination. Visit YamavaTheater.com for more details. Must be 21 to enter.
This journey moves us. It moves us towards a healthier future. It's where setbacks lead to comebacks, where a little humanity goes a long way, and a lot of it can achieve practically anything. This journey is measured not in days, but in lives changed, families cared for, communities strengthened. Because to change what healthcare can be, there's only one direction to go. Well ahead, Blue Shield of California.
Catch LA Kings hockey all month long as they look to continue their home winning record. Hockey is better watched live, so don't miss out on the action at Crypto.com Arena. Discounted ticket packs are available now at LAKings.com/tickets.
This is LA Kings game night. Make your voice heard. Call 888-961-ESPN. Back to the action.
LA Kings hockey is on ESPN LA.
On the ESPN LA Kings Radio Network.
Back here in Los Angeles, it's the Kings and the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight. They will meet for the second and final time in the regular season after they previously met back on October the 16th in Toronto, a 6-2 win for the Maple Leafs that we mentioned earlier. The Kings actually felt decent about their effort after the first period. Now, they had already trailed 3-0 by that point until they started playing the way that they wanted to play. But since then, the Kings, of course, have been pretty good, and they've been the best home team in the NHL all season at 26-3-4, entering tonight's game on a franchise record 15-game point streak here on home ice. Now, the Kings and the Maple Leafs, they don't match up very often, but tonight both battling for home ice, and the Maple Leafs under first-year head coach Craig Berube, he's assembled himself a pretty good staff as well. Of course, Lane Lambert, associate head coach, was in Winnipeg a couple of seasons ago. Now, they've dropped to second place in the Atlantic after Florida's win last night. They enter tonight's game 1 point out of first in the Atlantic, but also only 1 point ahead of third place Tampa Bay, making these 2 points massive for Craig Berube and Toronto tonight. Craig Berube's in his first year as the head coach of the Leafs after spending 6 seasons with the Blues, who compiled a regular season record of 206, 132, and 44, led St. Louis to the franchise's first Stanley Cup championship back in 2019, was named a finalist for the Jack Adams Award that same season for the NHL's top head coach, and previously served as the head coach of the Flyers for 2 seasons, 2013 to 2015. He inherits a Maple Leafs team that has made the playoffs in 8 straight seasons, but have been eliminated in the first round or the qualifying round for the COVID year 7 times out of 8 postseason berths during that stretch, and nearly all of those exits have followed impressive regular seasons, finishing either first or second in the Atlantic Division 3 times, recording 90 points or more 6 times, and eclipsing 100 points 5 times in those 8 seasons, and have only been to the second round 1 time. They're trying to right the ship this year as Craig Berube replaced Sheldon Keefe as head coach. And tonight they come into Los Angeles, having dropped a game in a shootout the other night in San Jose. The California road trip continuing tonight, and then again tomorrow out at the Honda Center in Anaheim before they return home for the next 2 games. And for the LA Kings tonight, under a first-year head coach of their own, Jim Hiller, who used to be with the Toronto Maple Leafs. Hiller, of course, elevated to interim head coach last season on February 2nd. Officially became the head coach over the offseason after previously serving as an assistant for the Kings for 2 years. Was also an assistant in New York with the Islanders and with the Maple Leafs before coming over to LA. And then last year, 21-12-1 record through his final 34 regular season games. That was a league best 14-3-1 through his final 18 home games, and that has continued on to this season, where the Kings have the NHL's best home record at 26-3-4 this season. Now, of course, we've talked about it time and time again throughout the year. The Kings trying to build onto their identity of being difficult to play against. Joel Edmondson was added in the offseason along with Warren Fogle, who we heard from earlier in the pregame show. Another guy who was added on was Tanner Jeannot. Now, he left the Kings' last home game against the Rangers on Tuesday, left in the third period, did not return, and as we heard from LA Kings insider Zach Dooley earlier, he will not play tonight. He will likely not play tomorrow, and we will hopefully get more information next week. Another player out off that fourth line tonight, Alex Turcotte, coming off a career year in Ontario last year, has been really good with the Kings this season, especially these last few weeks when playing with Jeannot and Hellenius on the fourth line. He missed Tuesday's game with an upper body injury, did not even start the game for the Kings. Jeannot left that game with an injury, and since then the Kings have added both the Sunday game against the Boston Bruins. Jeannot left the game on Tuesday, and now that has paved the way for Trevor Lewis, a veteran and 2-time Stanley Cup champion, to check back in for the Kings for these last 3 games, and Jeff Malott, who was called up from the Ontario Reign, where he's got 23 goals and 51 points this year in the American League. Tonight it'll be his 3rd ever NHL game, and he will still search for his first point in the National Hockey League. More on him and the Kings in just a couple of minutes. First, the lineup for the 43-25-4, second place in the Atlantic Toronto Maple Leafs under first-year head coach Craig Berube. Minnesota product Matthew Knies starts on the top line with Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner. Matthews and Marner, of course, need no introduction. They have been lighting up the score sheet these last few games, along with their New left wing Matthew Nyes, second year with Toronto for Nyes. The Phoenix native grew up an Arizona Coyotes fan and then went up to play collegiately at Minnesota. A career year for him in 2025, 25 goals and 49 points for the 22-year-old Matthew Nyes. Austin Matthews, 10 points in his last 7 games, centers that line. Mitch Marner, the team's leading scorer on the right wing, 6 points in his last 3 games. That's the top line for Berube and the Leafs tonight. Bobby McMann is having a career year as well. He's on the left wing on the Leafs' second line. 20 goals for him. He had 2 against the Kings in October in Toronto early this season. His centerman on that line is the one and only John Tavares, a 5-game point streak for him, 6 goals and 11 points in that stretch for the veteran and 7th-year Maple Leaf. He grew up a Leafs fan as well. And William Nylander on the right wing. He's got 4 goals and 6 points in his last 2 games, dominating the NHL over his last 20 games with 12 goals and 27 points in that 20-game stretch. Third line for the Leafs tonight, Scott Lawton, recently acquired from Philadelphia at the trade deadline, scored his first Toronto goal this past Thursday. Tonight will be his 11th game with Toronto. Max Domi's in the middle on that line, and Kalle Järnkrok slots into the right wing position in for Nicholas Robertson, a Pasadena-born player. He will not be in the lineup tonight for Toronto. And on the third line, Steven Lorenz is with David Kampf, and Pontus Holmberg, who slots back into the lineup tonight, did not play the other night in San Jose. He will play tonight for Robertson. On the blue line for Toronto, Morgan Rielly is a longtime Maple Leaf. 34 points this season for the defenseman, looking for his first in the last 5 games, however. He's with the recently acquired Brandon Carlo. He'll play in his 11th game tonight for Toronto after the trade from Boston at the deadline, where he led the Bruins in shorthanded time on ice and in blocks. Solid defensive pickup for Toronto coming into these final few weeks of the regular season. Jake McCabe and Chris Tanev make up the second pair for Toronto, and Simon Benoit, who made his NHL debut in this building for the Anaheim Ducks, is with former longtime Pacific Division D-man Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And waiting to see who will officially be the starting goaltender tonight for the Toronto Maple Leafs, as we expect to see, Anthony Stolarz played the other night for the Maple Leafs, and tonight expecting to once again see Stolarz start over Joseph Woll. For the LA Kings, they enter 40-22-9, second place in the Pacific Division. No changes amongst the skaters. Only the goaltender has changed for the Kings tonight. Go through it anyway. Andrei Kuzmenko with Andrzej Kopitar and Adrian Kempe. Kevin Fiala's with Quinton Byfield and Alex Laferriere. Warren Fogle, who we heard from in the pregame show along with Byfield, is on the third line with Philip Deneau and Trevor Moore. And then the fourth line, after these shakeups these last few games, it is Jeff Malott, Samuel Hellenius, and Trevor Lewis. The blue liners once again for the Kings. Mikey Anderson's with Drew Doughty. Vladislav Gavrikov is with Jordan Spence. And Joel Edmondson is with Brant Clark as the Kings turn back to Darcy Kemper, who has been terrific this season, has thrust himself into the Vezina conversation, and is 14-0-1 in his last 15 games here at Crypto.com Arena. He's won 7 of his last 8 starts overall. He will start for the Kings tonight for head coach Jim Hiller, opposed by Anthony Stolarz, former Anaheim Duck and first-year Toronto Maple Leaf. It's the Kings and the Toronto Maple Leafs for the final time this season here at Crypto.com Arena. We conclude LA Kings game night. Thanks for hanging out with us, and hang out a little bit longer. I'll be joined by former NHLer Nate Thompson in just a couple of minutes. We'll take you straight to puck drop. It's the Kings and the Maple Leafs here in downtown Los Angeles, next on the ESPN LA Kings Radio Network.
You've been listening to Kings Game Night with a look at the Kings' upcoming game. Be sure to join us immediately after the game for Kings Talk. Call in again with your questions and comments at 888-961-ESPN.
And here is Moore in front of give and go. And a score! How many times have we seen that play down low this season?
Stay tuned for Kings Hockey right here on the ESPN LA Kings Radio Network.
Hey everybody, it's Cappy, and let's talk about an upsetting issue that many of us have experienced. You're paying your homeowner's insurance premium every month on time. One day you have an incident like water damage. Maybe it's a broken pipe, could be a toilet overflow. So you open a claim with your homeowner's insurance company to find out that your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little you won't even be able to repair the damage. This is the time to call Avner Gatt. Avner Gatt is a public adjuster, and he is on your side. He's looking out for you. You can try and negotiate with the insurance companies yourself, but it is not that simple. The Avner Gatt team has been dealing with insurance companies for many years. It's all they do. They have vast experience in this matter. You don't. When you are represented by Avner Gatt's team, you have the entire team's experience and know-how on your side. No one messes with Avner Gatt and his team. So call Avner Gatt. 818-917-5256. That's 818-917-5256. You can go to avnergatt.com, AVNERGAT, avnergatt.com. He'll answer, and you'll know it's him when you hear hello.
At Children's Hospital Los Angeles, groundbreaking research meets unparalleled expertise. It's where care is 100% tailored to kids. Every specialist, every room, every innovation revolves around one thing: your child's unique needs. CHLA's world-class experts pioneer groundbreaking cures that set the standard nationwide and have been providing the best care for kids in California for more than 124 years. Whether it's for routine care or a life-saving need, families turn to CHLA when the outcomes matter. Find a doctor at chla.org.
Lexani Tires, where performance meets luxury. At Lexani Tires, our mission is to deliver the perfect blend of performance, safety, and style through our exceptional range of high-quality tires. With decades of experience in the tire industry, we pride ourselves on our commitment to excellence and unparalleled customer satisfaction. When you choose Lexani Tires, you're not only investing in a high-performance product, but also joining a community of passionate individuals who value quality, performance, and style. We invite LA Kings fans to experience the difference at LexaniTires.com.
Are you going to the movies this weekend? Totally Unlimited movies have arrived at Regal with Regal Unlimited, the perfect pass for movie lovers like you. See all the movies you want as many times as you want, while also enjoying 10% off concessions. Use the Regal app to become an unlimited subscriber today. Regal is a proud sponsor of the Los Angeles Kings.
LA Kings Radio Network.
ESPN LA and the Los Angeles Kings are proud to present the ESPN LA Kings Radio Network.
Centering pass by Fiala. Block. Fiala gets it back to the net. Can he shoot? Yes! Score! What an effort!
Every game heard this season with just one tap on the all-new ESPN LA app. Just search ESPN LA in your App Store or Google Play. Download, tap, bam!
You've got LA Kings hockey.
And now it's time for another exciting game of LA Kings hockey.
LA Kings hockey is on ESPN LA.
The LA Kings are brought to you by Toyota. We make it easy. And Vivid Seats. We now go ringside for LA Kings hockey.
From Crypto.com Arena in downtown Los Angeles, the push for home ice in the first round of the playoffs continues as the Los Angeles Kings return home to host the Toronto Maple Leafs. Hi, everyone. With former NHL forward Nate Thompson, I'm Josh Schaefer. Thanks for being with us tonight for a Saturday afternoon in Los Angeles. A gorgeous day, Nate, and another terrific opportunity for the LA Kings to build their lead in the Pacific Division over third-place Edmonton as they continue to chase home ice.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I'm really looking forward to tonight is response, right? We want to have a response after what happened in Colorado, and you get to come back home where you know you're good, where you feel confident, and you get to respond against a really good Leafs team that is also trying to work their way up in the standings, trying to win the Atlantic Division. And we're going to get a really good hockey team. And I think both teams are going to have a big response. Obviously, they just lost to the Sharks, and both teams are going to be ready tonight.
Yeah, both teams may be playing with a little bit of an edge. Kings didn't like the way they played the other night in Colorado, a 4-0 loss, snapped a 4-game losing streak. Toronto lost to San Jose, like you mentioned. What didn't work for the Kings the other night in Denver, though?
Well, I think Jim Hiller talked about it. He talked about the physicality, and I think you're going to get a lot more physicality in tonight's game, and especially with a team like Toronto because they have a lot of skill. And you want to make sure that you are able to take away time and space, and a big part of doing that is being physical. And they're going to have to do that against the Leafs tonight.
It's the LA Kings and the Toronto Maple Leafs for the final time in the regular season. We will take a break. Puck Drop is coming up next on ESPN LA, Kings Radio Network.
Did you know that Crypto.com is the official crypto platform of the LA Kings? That's right. But did you also know that Crypto.com is the world's fastest growing crypto app with over 100 million users worldwide? You heard that right. Over 100 million users worldwide. Now with the Crypto.com app, you can easily buy and sell more than 350 cryptocurrencies only with the Crypto.com app. Download it now at the App Store or Google Play. That's the Crypto.com app, and remember, fortune favors the brave. Go Kings, go.
In the heart of Los Angeles, a legacy of greatness takes the ice. And in the courtrooms, where passion meets precision and every moment counts, Kings fans deserve a winning team on and off the ice. CD Law fights for justice like the Kings fight for victory. CD Law is the official law firm of the Los Angeles Kings. Winning, it's what we do. Visit cd-lawyers.com for a free consultation. That's cd-lawyers.com.
My name is Drew Robertson. I drive a Toyota Tacoma TRD off-road 4x4. I knew my truck was always going to be evolving to my needs for my travels. Ultimate dream is to do Alaska, the most northern point, and drive all the way down to Patagonia, the most southern. It's called the Pan America Trail. That's my ultimate vision, ultimate goal.
Today's the day for a great lease or a low APR on a new Tacoma 4x4. See all offers at Toyota.com. Then see your Toyota dealer today.
It's easy to buy or lease any new Toyota and easy to own one. Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care no-cost maintenance. You're covered for all normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first. Performed by certified technicians using genuine Toyota parts. See your dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. We make it easy on you. Toyota, let's go places.
This journey moves us. It moves us towards a healthier future. It's where setbacks lead to comebacks, where a little humanity goes a long way, and a lot of it can achieve practically anything. This journey is measured not in days, but in lives changed, families cared for, communities strengthened. Because to change what healthcare can be, there's only one direction to go. Well ahead, Blue Shield of California.
Come to Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel, California's #1 entertainment destination and the place for big wins. Every month, Yamava gives away luxury cars and exclusive prizes. Play at over 7,200 slots, the most in the West, and catch top-tier entertainment acts. Only at Yamava Resort and Casino, your California to Vegas connection. Details at Yamava.com. Must be 21 to enter. Please gamble responsibly.
Today's the day for a new Tacoma or Tundra, for a new Corolla or the all-new Camry, for a new Prius or a new RAV4. Yeah, today is the day for a great deal on Toyota's most popular models. Fuel-efficient cars, powerful trucks, versatile SUVs. Check out the latest offers at Toyota.com. Then see your Toyota dealer today. We make it easy. Toyota, let's go places.
Toyota.com is Toyota's central for all things Toyota. At Toyota.com, you can get product information, compare models, check out all the latest offers, find a dealer, search our inventory, set up a test drive. You can even build your Toyota the way you want. The road to a great deal on a new Toyota starts at Toyota.com. We make it easy on you. Toyota, let's go places.
What's up, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans? It's hockey night in Canada. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Oh, it's a West Coast trip. Out in LA and a matinee, because in LA, maybe Miss Brandy can tell us. Out there in California, it's early. It's 4 in the afternoon that this game's starting up. We thank you for being here. I will be at Soldier Field in Chicago running all of these live streams with the help of my team, as Tom, Sarah, and I are out on the field for the Chicago Fire and Montreal Impact game live right now. So thank you for hanging out with us. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe if you're new. Share it out and check out our Bragging Mania campaign. And go Leafs, go! Let's get the win on Hockey Night in Canada. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go!
So the Leafs, after a disappointing effort in San Jose, however, they did salvage a point out of it with some dramatic efforts at the end of the game, scoring twice with the goalie out. Will try to rebound here against the Los Angeles Kings, and they find themselves trailing now because of victories in games that have gone on, and the Tampa Bay Lightning beating the Islanders now with 91 points, tying them with Florida. The Leafs are a point back. And the opening faceoff brought to you by Alpine Credits. You own your own home and need a loan. Alpine Credits can help. Get approved at alpinecredits.ca. The Tavares line will start for the Maple Leafs, and it is Anthony Stolarz in goal as the puck is dropped and we're underway, and the Kings get it in with a long shot, and the first save of the game made by Stolarz as it's played around the boards to the far side. Another sharp angle shot was stopped by Stolarz, and now Nylander, sifting his way out of his own zone, gets to center. Nylander chipping the puck in and goes into the forecheck. Knocked around on the boards end by Brent Clark. Leafs come up with it and play it back to Nylander, back to the goal. Nylander into the far corner, gets it back to the point. Kept in there and back to Nylander in the high slot with a wrist shot. High and wide, the rebound in front of the net. Tavares couldn't get to it, and then it trickled by him again and went just wide. Kopitar getting it to Kempe, who will play it back and then head to the bench. Kings in their black home jerseys with silver and white trim. Brought in across the line by Dano. Long shot and into the glove of Stolarz, who will stop play 59 seconds into period number one. The Leafs with the first real good scoring chance as the puck came back out in front. Tavares got one whack at it and nearly another.
A little bit of luck that goes off a skate, doesn't it? And into the net. I think it was Adrian Kempe that had Tavares tied up, but he spun around, just missed knocking it in with the heel of his skate.
Leafs win the face-off. Carlo reverses his field, goes up the left wing boards and plays it off a stick and down into Kings territory. Swept around the boards to the near side. Brandon Carlo pinched, but the Kings get it out at center and get to the line. Drop pass by Doughty. It comes to the wing, and it's going to be intercepted by Nyes. Nyes playing it ahead for Matthews, but it's out of his reach, and going back to pick it up, Mickey Anderson, who gets it up on the wing for Trevor Moore. Moore of the Kings gets it to the lead blue line. D-to-D pass to the near side, and OEL gets it ahead, and it is Lawton sending it in on goal. Swept away by Darcy Kemper. Controlled again by Domi. Centering pass, looking for Yarncrook, who's on this line. In along the boards is Domi. Back in for Yarncrook. Yarncrook trying to salvage it around back of the net. Lawton got it back to Domi, back to the point. Punched right back and again around the boards. OEL thought better of pinching on this occasion, and it's cleared out at center, and the Kings get it in over the Toronto line. Pass onto the right wing side. A shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. LA with it back of the net, dropping it off his Lafreniere. In around the boards to the far side. It'll come back to the point. Kings trying to keep it in, and they do as it goes around back of the net. Benoit chasing his man as it comes to the point. Long shot taken there by Gavrikov, went over top of the Toronto goal. Leafs David Camp unable to come up with it, and it's going to be played to the side of the goal, and it will be covered up there by Anthony Stolarz, and he will stop play and bring a face-off in the Toronto zone. Stolarz 15-8-3 with a 2.40 goals against average and a .917 save percentage. He's 1-3-1 lifetime against the LA Kings.
Darcy Kemper's numbers on home ice this season, which are absolutely ridiculous.
Faceoff wasn't done correctly.
His only loss on home ice this year in regulation time, November 7th against Vancouver. Lost 4-1. There was an empty net goal. He's 16-1-2 at home this year.
So what you're saying is he's due for a loss.
Well, you know what? He is.
Offside at the
but I think
blue line.
It also shows
and then one of the Leafs got cartwheeled in on the boards. Was that Jake McCabe? I think it was. Who got tripped. Some extra shoving, and nothing so far from the officials to suggest any penalty.
Anyway, they ended up getting Darcy Kemper in from the Washington Capitals when they got Pierre-Luc Dubois year before, and then sent Dubois to Washington, and it's worked out for both teams. Kemper comes to LA.
David Camp waved out of the face-off area that is outside the blue line. And so it is Pontus Holmberg losing the draw. The Kings working their way out of their own zone with a pass on the left wing. Anderson shoots it in. Around the boards to the far side. Swept around the wall by the Leafs, but it won't clear. Kept in by Anderson. Now it is Carlo up against the boards trying to free it up. He's double teamed over there. Wraparound attempt didn't work. And as the puck comes to the side of the net, we get the gloves coming off now. And Brandon Carlo is in a fist fight here with one of the Kings. And I'm trying to get his number. I think it's Malott. 39, yes it is. Oh, a tagging right hand by Carlo. Caught him right on the button. And now another uppercut thrown by Marleau. And Carlo still throwing. Both of them grappling with one another. And it looks like it's going to be broken up. Well, Marleau's full of fight as he comes off with a lot of chirping, but he took the one real good punch right on the button. Although it looks like Brandon Carlo may have been scratched or is cut on the nose. That didn't take long to get going, did it?
No, Malott, this is only his third NHL game. Second as a member of the Los Angeles Kings. Also played a game with the Winnipeg Jets before that. Does not have a point, but has now a scrap under his belt. Actually, that's his. He had 2 penalty minutes with Winnipeg in his only game there in 21-22.
Well, obviously a lot of really bad blood between those two players developing over the first minute and a half. Or
boy, both players are laughing in the penalty box.
Shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal, comes back to the near point, kept in by the Kings. Here's Kopitar working the near boards, but he lost it, and Nylander is out. Nylander to center, flips it into the left wing corner. Leafs go into the attack. Bobby McMahon couldn't come up with it. Nylander traps it on the far half boards. Got it back to the point, D to Tanev. He's able to keep it in, but didn't get much on the shot. Although it looked like Darcy Kemper was kind of giving it the, you just threw me a knuckleball when I called for the number one.
And I think what he was doing, the shot comes from the point. I think Tanev was waiting to time it to get John Tavares coming out of the corner to the right of Kemper, but had to get it away a little quicker than he would have liked.
But Kemper looked a little awkward catching that, didn't he? Fed around the boards by Drew Doughty. To the line, backhanded back into the Kings zone. Matthews to Nyes. Nyes around back of the net, too far for Matthews. Pinching in is Oliver Ekman-Larsson. It's into the near corner. Nyes trying to fish it free. And a shot by Marner went whistling wide of the net. Moore comes back at center. Got it in across the line, but a whistle will stop play and bring a face-off out into the center ice area on the offside, as we have played 3 minutes and 59 seconds in a scoreless first period.
Well, Benoit's got to be careful there. He got caught pinching. And we saw it done earlier. Brandon Carlo pinched earlier, but Austin Matthews was there to back him up. So if you're Benoit in this case, you got to know that you got to wait for somebody to be there to back you up. Unfortunately for the Leafs, the LA Kings go offside.
Kings control the face-off. Play it out into neutral ice. It's batted back towards the Toronto blue line and in. Tanev couldn't get to it. LaFerriere got it around back of the net, but the Leafs get it up on the wing, and they get out into neutral ice. It'll be flipped into the left wing corner. Yarncrook going in after it on the boards as it goes around back of the net. Spence for the Kings gets it up on the wing. LaFerriere goes around back of the net for Spence, who will rattle it out and down into Toronto territory, and Morgan Rielly is there. Rielly goes back up on the wing, but it's turned over, and the Kings get it back to the point, keeping it in with a long shot in traffic that went high and wide of the goal. Fiala allowing it along the boards, gets it back to the blue line, just kept in, but it goes off the skate and sails down into the zone. Way out of the goal comes Kemper to make sure he got there before Willie Nylander was able to get after it. Leafs with it back in their own zone. 5 minutes into the books, and a flip in the center ice area has bounced to the line. Unable to track it down is Bobby McMahon. McMahon and Tavares battle for it. It goes down into the corner, and Nylander was able to try and get it in front, but it didn't reach Tavares, and now a long lead pass on a great angle. Came off the corner boards. What a break that was. Somebody knows where that loose floorboard is in that corner for the Kings. That was a perfect shoot in and a diagonal bounce that came right out into the slot. Kempe now trying to work it in. Took a shot that went wide of the goal. Trapped at the far point by Doughty. Set back in behind the goal. Near corner for Kopitar. Back to the point once more. Doughty with it on the right side. Gave the puck away. And the Maple Leafs have it back in their own zone. It's a delayed offside, and it's going to be whistled down. What a great shoot-in that was.
You know, that reminded...
No, I don't want to hear about it. No, don't bring it up. Please.
Game 7.
No, I'm going to bring it up.
Overtime.
No. Not right.
At least it was a different result.
Yeah.
So I would have taken a different result in overtime.
Yeah, I'd have traded this one for that one. Thanks very much. Tanev getting the puck down into the Kings zone. Flip up on the near boards. And it'll be brought out at center ice by Fogle. And played up on the left wing, and Trevor Moore gets it into the Toronto zone. Here the Kings getting it back to the point once more. Long shot by Doughty was blocked. Batted up on the wing, brought out by Matthews for Rielly. Rielly to the line. Well, that looks offside, but the linesman waved it off. I don't think that that's going to count if anything really good happens here. Never mind, Doughty is going to get it out at center ice. Did you think that was onside?
Yeah, it was.
Marner in on the right side. Never mind, you bring up bad things anyway. Puck in the long back of the net. Marner, far corner, banks it back to the point. D to Jake McCabe. He doesn't shoot it. Now he does. Good pad save by Kemper. And the Kings will get it out at center, but they misfire on a pass. And icing will be the end result as it'll come back into the Kings zone.
Now, one thing for sure is the Leafs are not getting a lot of help in the out-of-town scoreboard of late, are they? Watched Florida salvage the bonus point against Utah. They blew a 1-0 lead in the third period. Utah tied it on a goal by Dursey before Brad Marchand got his first point as a member of the Florida Panthers in his first game, setting up Sam Bennett in overtime. And, of course, as you mentioned, Tampa winning this afternoon.
Face off to the right of Kemper. Draw one by the Leafs. Oliver Ekman-Larsson plays the puck to himself on the blue line and just kept it in. Back along the boards. Grabbed off by Domi. Centering pass comes back to the point. Rielly can't send it towards the net. Gets it back to the goal. But Drew Doughty cuts it off and backhands it high to center ice. Leafs trying to get it back again with Scott Laughton. And he'll play it down into the corner. A pass back at center, and it is cleared in over the line by Laughton. Domi unable to reach it. Kings trying to break out of their own end, and they do. Brought to center ice by Byfield. Long shot, well wide of the goal. Karam's around to the far point and is kept in. It comes back to the point. Another shot is directed wide off Tanev's stick. McCabe gets it back of the net for his defense partner, and the pass up the middle is deflected down into LA territory as both teams are getting a change in. We are almost 8 minutes into the game without a goal being scored. Played ahead by Gavrikov and a tight play on the icing, but it's going to be called and be brought back. The referees tonight Francois Celeron and Chris Schlenker are the referees. Peel Murchison and Devin Mills are the linesmen tonight.
I think you've got to like, and Craig Rube's got to like, the start that the Leafs had had in this one compared to the game in San Jose. Although we knew that game in San Jose, 10 o'clock start Toronto, or 10:30 start Toronto time, was the first period was going to be the toughest.
Leafs win the draw, back to the point. Benoit sends it towards the net. That deflected well wide. And on the near boards, Kempe getting it high to center ice. Benoit's going to fire it right back in again. McMahon goes after the puck into the near corner with Tavares. It goes around the wall to the far side, and a long lead pass by Spence has gone astray, and that is going to be another icing. I know that everybody gets their shorts in a knot when the Leafs don't win games that they should win, and that has been the case twice with San Jose losing in overtime. But a nice little statistic here is total points given away between Toronto, Florida, and Tampa Bay against San Jose, Chicago, Nashville, Philadelphia, and Buffalo, some of the dregs, if you will, of teams not making the playoffs. Well, both Tampa Bay and Florida have given away 6 points thus far. The Maple Leafs have missed in 4 points. 2 overtime losses to San Jose and the Nashville loss. So it happens in this league. And the one thing that you have to know is that teams are out of it. They play a lot looser, and if you give them the opportunity, there's some really good players in this league that aren't going to make the postseason. Leafs get it out at center, and it's played back in on a delayed offside. And now here's Carlo back into the game after the fighting major, and it's deflected down into LA territory. Back to retrieve it is Doughty. Doughty's pass on the wing deflects down into the Toronto end, and Tanev will circle back and start back up ice. Chris Tanev with a relay ahead, deflected in by Marner. Hustling in there after it was David Camp. Camp ties up his man against the boards, trying to get it away there from Anderson. Anderson against the boards, got it back towards the blue line, kept alive by the Leafs, who have a scrum going against the near corner boards. And it's pushed into the slot area now, and Lorenz will send it down into the corner. Here's Pontus Holmberg playing it back in behind the net. Lorenz goes into the corner after it. Lorenz gets good positioning here, but now can't get his stick on the disc. Now he is able to punch it high in the air, but it is onto the stick of Helinas and gets out and down into the Toronto zone. Stolarz playing it around the boards, and it'll come back to Tanev as both teams are changing. Tanev starts out of his own end. Domi line out there with Yarncrook. Played down into the corner. Yarncrook in on the forecheck. Got a hit in on the boards. Lawton couldn't come up with it. Lawton against the wall, trying to force it free. Got it along the boards for Domi in front of the net. Quick shot, Lawton in front, sweeping it. Oh, and a toe save made by Kemper. And it comes back to the blue line and out at center ice. Great opportunity there for Scott Lawton again, who scored his first Leaf goal the other night. Samuel Helinas gets it down into the Leaf zone. Kemper, or at least Stolarz, is going to play it around the boards and out at center, racing after it, but it is poked away there by LaFerriere, and back into the defensive zone comes Byfield to carry it out at center for the Los Angeles Kings. Left wing corner boards taken in there by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Puck comes back on the point, blocked partially by Tavares. Tavares has to go off his skate, able to punch the puck out at center ice. Doesn't have control, though, and the Kings go back into their own zone to organize. No score here in the first period. Shots are, attempts at least, are 12-9 in favor of Los Angeles as it goes around the boards, but I would say the Leafs have had the best scoring chance of either team without beneficiate. And a knee takes down one of the Leafs. This has got to be a penalty, isn't it? It isn't? Oh, my! Oh, my! Knee-to-knee collision and no call. Here's Marner in, looking for a man in front of deflection. Shot stopped and it goes off his stick. Oh, my, this is ridiculous.
We got to see that again. It was
boy,
Oliver Ekman-Larsson that was taken down. I don't know whether they're going to try to judge that he just tried to jump past. We saw Scott Lawton just off the left pad, and then Matthew Nyes with another great chance on a rebound that doesn't go short side.
Well, let's hope the television people are going to show us that coming back from commercial break. No score. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Baseball is back, and you can hear every MLB game on Sirius XM.
He swings, it's a drive to left.
Hear your hometown announcers on the Sirius XM app.
11 strikeouts for Skeets.
And talk baseball every day with our team of former players and executives on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89.
I couldn't even sleep last night. I was so excited. I got up with goosebumps.
Get closer to the action on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The countdown to history is on. Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest to ever play the game, is chasing hockey immortality. Every goal brings him closer to legend status. And SiriusXM is your front row seat to the action.
Alex Ovechkin!
Live every game, plus catch exclusive interviews with those who know him best. Former teammates, coaches, and legends of the game on the SiriusXM app.
Brad Ovechkin scores!
The Great Chase is on NHL Network Radio.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable!
Keeps this title charge on track, surely!
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
Oliver Ekman-Larsson went to the Leaf dressing room briefly. We've seen another replay of the hit.
Yeah, the lower angle looks like it's shoulder on shoulder, but it looks like it's skate on skate.
Yeah, skate on skate, which was a trip.
Which is still tripping. Yeah.
Yes. But that was very close to being the knee-on-knee, which would have been disastrous. As a shot by Brandon Carlo goes off his stick and up into the screen. Either way, it was a penalty that was not called, and it was certainly obvious enough, I think, that it should have been, but it was not.
You know, the LA Kings have made the playoffs. It'll be 4 straight seasons now. The last time they won a playoff series was 2013-14 season. And that last series they won produced the Stanley Cup. Alec Martinez scoring in overtime on Henrik Lundqvist in game, I believe it was game 5 or 6 series.
Yeah. 7:59 left in the period. Shots are even at 4 apiece. Kings get it out into neutral ice. Chopped high in the air. It's going to go over the boards and into the Leaf bench. So the faceoff will be in the center ice area.
LA actually started the season. Toronto was one of the teams they played with a 7-game road trip to start the year. They were able to survive it, 3-2-2 on the trip, although that did include an early season 6-2 loss to the Leafs. Shots on goal are just 4-4. This is LA Kings hockey. They don't have a lot of offense.
Well, the Leafs get it in, and Lawton a shot that went wide of the net on the near boards. It's pushed out into the center ice area. Benoit trying to line up his man, and it is Lawton getting back to take the puck to safety. And now a lead pass trying to spring. Yarncrook goes to Domi. Domi in over the line and into the left wing corner. Lawton lines up his man and drives Laferriere into the corner boards. Played up on the wing, and the Kings will try to move it out. A pass ahead for Quinton Byfield. Newmarket native couldn't get in over the Toronto line, and it is now banked in on a rolling puck in on Stolarz. And if he gets a save on that one, that's a dandy to add to the save percentage. Left wing side, McMahon, a shot and a good glove save by Kemper off the wing. This line has been absolutely red hot in the last little while, as they have, where did I have this? 12 goals and 22 points in the last 4 games. It is a 0-0 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
building the CRV Sport here in Alliston, Ontario. And with all-wheel drive, plus a suite of Honda sensing technologies, we made sure it can handle Ontario winters. But you're probably wondering, what's with the one-touch power moonroof? Well, Ontario, we hold on to the hope that one day winter will be over. Get ready for spring and adventure with the Honda CRV Sport. Lease with rates from 1.99% for 36 months, plus get a $1,500 Honda bonus. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Your sneakers are staring directly at you. You try to look away, but you can't. You're lace to face. They're saying, Rome wasn't built in a day, and your six-pack won't be either. But you've got to start somewhere. Stop staring, put us on, take that first step, or lunge, or squat. Start small, start somewhere. Join for $7.99 every 2 weeks at fitforless.ca and experience fitness simplified. Some conditions apply. Fit for Less. Everybody happy.
Leafs nothing and the Kings nothing. Good first period for both teams.
The Leafs, I think, have had the edge in offensive zone time. They've been very good defensively. LA coming off a 4-0 shutout loss in Colorado a couple of nights ago.
And the Leafs, of course, in San Jose, losing in a shootout after scoring 2 goals with the net empty to get at least a point out of it. Centering pass by Tavares didn't work. Not sure what the crowd's hollering about. Puck back into the center ice area, and Tanev shoots it in. Round the boards now for Joel Edmondson. Tied up in there by Tavares. McMahon helps out. Nylander couldn't get to it. Cleared to the line, not out. Leafs are able to keep it in. It goes high in the air. Tavares knocks it down, played it along the boards. And it'll be Gavrikov not getting it out. And a shot by McMahon is deflected wide of the net by Kemper. Kings get it out at center and down into the Leaf end. Tanev going back without any pressure as the Kings are changing. 6:18 to go in the scoreless first period. Tanev shooting it in. Around the boards, it won't reach the goaltender to play it as it goes volleyballing into the corner off the glove of Doughty. Played up on the wing, and out come the Kings to center ice with a pass to Trevor Moore. Moore has it taken away, and the Leafs in around back of the net. Carlo gets it to Riley. Riley getting it on the boards, lifting it high, but it'll not clear. Kept in there, good back checking by Nyes. He is able to knock it away there on the backhand by Fogle, and the Leafs have it again with Brandon Carlo in the near corner. Carlo starts out trailing the play, and picking up the pass is Marner, but he gets stick checked at the red line. Brought back in on the right wing side. Moore with a long shot, knocked down by Anthony Stolarz, and Stolarz will cover up on it to stop play and bring a face-off in the Toronto zone. 0-0, the Kings and the Leafs. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every reaction that I have seen to the breaking news is what the hell just happened.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of SiriusXM.
The Memphis Grizzlies have parted ways with head coach Taylor Jenkins.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
There has to be more to the story. Whoa, this is out of nowhere.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
Taylor Jenkins is a fantastic coach.
Live sports talk when you need it is on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I've said this since the Luka trade. Nothing surprises me anymore.
The countdown to history is on. Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest to ever play the game, is chasing hockey immortality. Every goal brings him closer to legend status, and SiriusXM is your front row seat to the action.
Alex Ovechkin!
Live every game, plus catch exclusive interviews with those who know him best, former teammates, coaches, and legends of the game on the SiriusXM app.
Brad Ovechkin scores!
The Great Chase is on NHL Network Radio.
The
Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs nothing and the Kings nothing. First period.
Seeing Darcy Kemper's numbers flashed up on the board here. Even in just his last 9 games, 7-1-1, 10 goals against in 9 games, including a couple of shutouts.
Shot blockered away by Stolars. Lorenz had his stick slashed out of his hands. So the officials have missed a couple of calls here in the early going. Back to the point, Joel Edmondson with a shot. That went wide. Comes to the right point and is kept in by the Kings. Along the boards, sweeping it back of the net, LaFerriere. David Camp trying to pry it free. Benoit is in there against Byfield. Camp got it out and just rolls it into neutral ice. Edmondson sending it back. Almost intercepted. In fact, yes, it is by Camp. He got in over the line. Lawton was taken down as he tried to get it into the corner. And now here is Brant Clark starting back for the Kings to center. And as both teams are changing, he dumps it in. Round back of the net, the Leafs with it now. And Jake McCabe, left wing pass to center. Brought on by Domi. He gains the zone, but had it knocked off his stick by Adrian Kempe. And Kempe kicks the puck to center.
Boy, now there's going to be a penalty. Is it on Domi for holding the stick, or is it on LA for holding Domi?
Leafs touch the puck last.
But that's the call. I mean, a lot of times if the stick's there, that's a hook, right? But Domi, I mean, the stick gets into the midsection. We've seen this called both ways.
After the one that they missed.
Well, maybe a couple of slash with the stick.
I got to wonder about this one. All right. Anyway, the Leafs to the penalty kill. And it's brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks. First power play opportunity of the game, and it's shot down the ice. Penalty kill, 3 of 11. They've given up on their last 5 games. They are currently 16th in the NHL on the power play. The Kings are 28th in the league. Oh, almost an intercept there for Marner. Brought on by Fiala, who goes into the left wing corner. Centering pass in the goal crease. And Stolars has got the big mitt on it. And that will stop play and bring a face-off in the Toronto zone.
On the other hand, 3 for 4 in the penalty kill against San Jose. Tyler Toffoli scored the only power play goal. That was in the 3rd period. The Leafs also gave up a shorthanded goal to go with 2 power play goals that went the other way.
Face-off with 3:56 left to play in the period. Minute 29 left to go in the power play. The Leafs are able to get the puck out and down the ice. Minute 20. Here's Kopitar coming to center. The veteran gets it in on the left wing for Fiala. Fiala gets it back to the point to Doughty. Doughty goes to his defense partner, and a shot deflects wide of the net. And Brandon Carlo gets a hold of that and quickly gets it airmailed out and down the ice. Doughty going back to retrieve it. Dropping it back. Byfield comes through center ice to the line. That was close. Oh, no, wasn't close. It was whistled down offside.
Still close.
Talk about being brainwashed. Every every entry now, you sit there and you go, oh, I don't know, that might not be it. And, you think that it automatically is going to come back sooner or later, but that one was whistled down correctly.
And it is amazing how many you thought were offside weren't. They were close, but somebody dragged their foot, or it was just a split second onside.
Dano, and how many goals in past, big goals, might have been offside as we get a long shoot-in that is gobbled up by Stolarz and Hill.
The most famous one was Game 6 between the Flyers and New York Islanders, the Islanders' first cup. And the play was clearly about 7 or 8 feet offside. Pat Quinn was coaching the Flyers at the time, and eventually Bob Nystrom would score the cup-winning goal in overtime. That's the one for me that stands out.
31 seconds in the power play. Leafs get the puck to the side of the net, and down the ice it goes. Long shot on Kemper. 23 seconds left to go in the power play. Brought out by Brent Clark. He's going to drop it back. Byfield comes through the neutral zone. The former Sudbury Junior lost the handle on it. The Leafs get it back out into the center ice area. Clark working back in over the line. Bad pass off a stick. Tanev is able to regroup it. 3 seconds left. The Leafs are going to play catch with it here to get their man out of the penalty box, and they do. And now it is launched into the offensive zone by Tanev. 2:20 to go in a scoreless first period. Tavares in front of the net. Backhand try by McMahon went just wide. Nylander back to the blue line. Fed back into the corner for McMahon. McMahon sends it around back of the net. Tavares couldn't come up with it. And it is Kopitar getting it out and down the ice. And an icing call coming here as Stolarz.
It better be an icing call.
Yeah, it banked off the one post, and Stolarz said, I'm getting out of here so it doesn't hit me. But if it's not icing, he's nowhere near the 4x6 that he's supposed to be guarding.
And you remember there were a couple that Jonathan Bernier gave up. One was from the Carolina end where it hit right in the corner. Shot from right in front of the Carolina net. And then ricocheted right across the goal line. Hit Bernier, went in. Never did cross for an icing.
Played out at center ice. Well, you always joke that you gave up a lot of goals that should have been called icing.
Yeah.
Around back of the net is Matthews coming out back to the point. Wrist shot blocked. It goes to Marner in the far corner. Back to the point, and another one-timer gets through. And Darcy Kemper is able to catch that and hold with 1:34 to go in the first period.
That was always the worst excuse for a goal. I thought it was icing.
I really did. I really did.
Had my arm up in the air and everything.
And to make it worse, I cleared the snow out of the way to make sure it got over the goal line.
Jim Hiller, one of a number of former Leaf coaches, head coaching job.
DJ Smith, one of his assistants. They were together here in Toronto, of course. Now here are the Kings in over the line. A pass is knocked away and pushed out at center ice and then slapped back into Toronto territory.
Leafs have been really good at defending right at the blue line, Joe. Getting numbers back, no odd man rushes.
Up on the wing for Tavares. Drop back for Nylander. Chipped to the line by Tavares, but he couldn't get it in deep. Now it is launched high over top of the goal into the near corner. Nylander quickly onto it. Couldn't get it out in front. Comes around on the boards, and now here's McMahon. Into the slot. Tavares had his stick break in half right mid-shaft as he tried to one-time that shot. 48 seconds left in the period. Anderson for the Kings in with a long shot taken there by Dano that was blocked by Stolarz. Leafs with the puck along the boards, and it is grabbed off by Domi and fed off on the wing. Brandon Carlo will come to the red line and play it into LA territory. Edmondson back of the net. The puck comes to the side of the goal. Trying to get a shot away there with Scotty Lawton. Back to the point of shot. That's stopped by Kemper. Leafs buzzing around the net here. Lawton trying to free it up for Domi. Can't get it to him. And the Kings will get it out into the center ice area. Tanev thinks better of going D to D. Played it back into neutral ice. And it'll be Yarncrook getting it into the offensive zone. 5 seconds left. And no one pressuring the puck, and so time will run out.
And I think from a Leaf standpoint, that's an excellent period. I thought they had the most dangerous chances, even though I believe 13-10 is the final count in favor of the LA Kings. But I thought the Leafs were more dangerous. They had a strong penalty kill. And when Anthony Stolarz was called upon, I thought looked exceptionally sharp in goal for the Leafs.
So a 0-0 tie after 20 minutes. Anthony Stewart standing by with Jim Taddy and our first period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs radio.
They are going to the Sweet 16.
Hear every game of the men's and women's NCAA tournament on Sirius XM. Listen to Westwood One's coverage on your radios and on the Sirius XM app so you don't miss it.
The tournament is here. March Madness is here. The craziness is here. Don't forget, hit that like button down below and share this link out so we can get more basketball fans here in the chat, hanging out with us, cheering on your favorite team.
Clayton steals it and lays it in. Clayton a good look. Hit 6.
Check out our new website, www.torontosportsinsider.com, and check out the link that is in the description as well as in the chat that shows where all of the live viewers are watching from. Are you an insider yet? Have you hit that subscribe button? I bet you have now. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for checking out our Bracket Mania campaign. A lot more coming up soon.
What a great scene this is.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is Joe Bowen, the voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Thanks for chatting it up and enjoying this March Madness live hangout with us.
$1,000 if you wanted to. We played 3 more seasons.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles for the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And our scoreless with the LA Kings after 20 minutes of play. TSN After 20 brought to you by Subaru. Hurry to the all-in-one event for great offers and experience all the features that come standard in a Subaru. That was a playoff matchup. The line matchups were all there. That was great 5-on-5 hockey, wasn't it?
It was a decent period in every sense of the word. It was a tight checking, not a lot of opportunities on both sides. And like you said, it was a preview of that playoff style. Really, really have to fight for your space. You have to be perfect with your timing and your opportunity out there. So, again, if I had to handicap it, I would say 0-0 in favor of the Maple Leafs, right? Because the pressure, I think, is on LA with their great home record. And just taking a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the numbers, LA has been a great first-period team as of late. 8 first-period goals in their last 5 games. And, Toronto holding them to 0 on the road, I think, is a small victory, especially with the effort that they had in San Jose. So for me, after 20 minutes, I think it's been a great start for the Toronto Maple Leafs.
You don't like to say that the opposition sort of dictates how you play, but in the Leafs' case, you go back to that San Jose game. That's a sloppy game, but San Jose can be a sloppy team, and that's how they like to play. Against the LA Kings, there's only one way to play, and that's how the Leafs are playing here.
Yeah, you have to play by the book, play by the fundamentals, right? There was a couple mistakes. I think Riley aired it out there and a little bit of a turnover in the neutral zone by Marner. But other than that, it was a clean period. I think that's what you want coming in against an LA team who's been phenomenal at home. You mentioned the 26 wins this year in, 30-plus games. There's 31 or 32 games. They've been playing great. They did get into penalty trouble with Domi taking that penalty, but they found a way to kill it. They did have 4 shots on that penalty, on that power play, but most of them were from the outside, so they did a good job insulating the goaltender. So if I'm Craig Berube, I'm happy with that effort because, again, you didn't turn into a barn burner. You weren't going back and forth. You were doing your best to advance the puck, getting in. I noticed a big hit by Matthew Nyes on Drew Doughty, just making him let him know that he's in a game. So a lot more positives than negatives, and I think that's been the response for Toronto Maple Leafs most of the year. It's not about the mistakes or the falters; it's how they respond, and they responded well for another road game in California.
So I'm fascinated with the power play stats just because I think it's, we talk about it a lot. But if you're a player and you know that their power play is not very good, it operates at 16.3%, would you push the envelope and not worry about getting a penalty, or does that even matter?
I think you got to be cognizant, right? And, this LA King team, yes, it's been struggling, but in any unit that has an Anze Kopitar and, Kempe, who's got 29 goals, and Fiala, who's got those guys can put the puck in the net. So what you don't want to do now is, be the team that they break the curse versus, right? So they have the talent, but I think sometimes the systems gets a little bit discombobulated, but, you have to come into every game with discipline. So if I'm Craig Berube, you can't just be like, just do whatever you want out there because their penalty kill power play is not great. That's sort of when they end up busting the slump, when you take on those. You can kill the good ones, but you can't kill the bad ones. So karma is real in the game of hockey. So I'm sure they're a little bit, reminded, constantly like, hey guys, we have to have good discipline.
And you know how the narrative goes. Well, up until that game against the Leafs, they didn't do anything in the power play. And then, look at that, 4 power play goals and turned it all around. And
7 for 8, yeah.
The Carlo Millan fight was interesting, wasn't it?
It was. Ow, my nose is hurting just saying that. There's no defense there. It was Rock'em Sock'em Robots, just bomb for bomb. And, I'm surprised Carlo didn't look a little worse for wear after that. He looks like he ate probably about 7 or 8 big punches. But, kudos for him and stepping up and going in on the road. And we talked about just at this time of year, you're just tired and you're just waiting for the playoffs to come. To drop the gloves in sort of a nothing burger situation just shows like, hey, you know what? I'm here to win. And I want to contribute any way I can for this Maple Leafs team. So what that does, what it should do, is wake up the rest of the guys saying, hey, here's a guy that's been around the league for the last 10 years. It's been playing great hockey. He doesn't have to do it. He wants to show his worth and what he can bring to this Toronto Maple Leafs team. So great job on him stepping up. Again, I think they got to work on a little bit more defense when it comes to with regards to that. And I'm telling you, I probably would have slipped on a banana peel probably after about 1 or 2 of those punches, let alone 7.
Oops. And then the kid, he's not really a kid. He's 28 years old, a guy out of Burlington, had a lengthy career at Cornell and has played minor league hockey. This is, a big moment for him. So, and he seemed to enjoy it. And quite frankly, they both did in the penalty box, didn't they?
They did, and I think I'm just reading some stats now that he might have been a UFC or a boxer, so he has some formal training. So those are the worst. So what's it say? You got to check the game notes. Yeah, check the game notes. Yeah, kickboxing. Yeah, check the game notes on that because there was no defense there. But any way you dice it, a huge amount of respect for Brandon Carlos stepping up. That was a big tilt there, and I'm sure it got the team going.
I kind of like this game just because after the Philadelphia game and after the San Jose game, you could be a little loose. This one demands you play a certain way, so this will be a good test for them.
It will be. And if I'm them, I'm not trying to, do anything different going into the second period. Maybe you want to draw a penalty or two. So I think doing that, you got to get to the net a little bit more, fight for time and space. But you just show that LA team, I saw a couple times, it was almost like a 1-on-5 or a 1-on-4. They just play their position so well. It's a master class of team defense, and that's why they've had success at home and the whole entire season. Defense wins championships, and LA's playing it by the book so far through 20 minutes.
It is scoreless after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-288-4991. That's 1-800-288-4991. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-288-4991. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-288-4991. Ontario license number 4705786.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.ca/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed where work is performed. See website for details.
Only a few days left to enjoy our very best prices with the Air France Rendezvous. It's time to book your rendezvous with Paris, starting at $765, or Madrid, starting at $885 return. From Toronto, tax included. You can enjoy a glass of champagne however you fly, economy included. Elegance is a journey. Air France. Book by April 2nd. Travel from March 17th to June 28th and from August 24th to November 30th, 2025. See conditions at airfrance.ca.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go to town for a great new Tundra RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Here's what we have. Third period, Devils 2-1 over the Wild. Second period, Golden Knights and Predators tied at 1. Second period, it is the Ottawa Senators 2-1 over the Jackets. Flyers got by the Sabres 7-4 earlier today. Lightning 5-3 over the Islanders earlier today. And also this afternoon, Blues 2-1 over the Avs, getting set to start Boston and Detroit. At 10 o'clock, Calgary and Edmonton. At 10:30, the Rangers in San Jose. And also at 10:30, the Stars visiting Seattle. In our game, it is scoreless after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Every reaction that I have seen to the breaking news is what the hell just happened.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of Sirius XM.
The Memphis Grizzlies have parted ways with head coach Taylor Jenkins.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
There has to be more to the story. Whoa, this is out of nowhere.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
Taylor Jenkins is a fantastic coach.
Live sports talk when you need it is on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
I've said this since the Luka trade. Nothing surprises me anymore.
The countdown to history is on. Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest to ever play the game, is chasing hockey immortality. Every goal brings him closer to legend status. And SiriusXM is your front row seat to the action.
Alex Ovechkin!
Live every game, plus catch exclusive interviews with those who know him best. Former teammates, coaches, and legends of the game on the SiriusXM app.
Brad Ovechkin scores!
The Great Chase is on NHL Network Radio.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think any time that you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not, and then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Leafs and Kings scoreless after 20 minutes of play at the Crypto.com Arena. Downtown Los Angeles, California.
Nice area down there with all the restaurants and
it's been good. Yeah, and it's probably the busiest, or was the busiest arena in.
Oh, it's down. Yeah,
two basketball teams were playing out of there, and the hockey team, and concerts and everything else. It had to be that.
Yeah, obviously Madison Square Garden would be close, but they'll have two basketball games the same day.
Yeah.
And a lot of times at Madison Square Garden, when the Knicks play in the afternoon and the Rangers would play at night.
Who could ever forget when the Circus played in the afternoon and the Leafs had a game at night in there? Those elephants are tough to control.
Wow. Yeah, you could tell they were there.
Yes, you could. Yep. Yes, you could. So a scoreless first period, 13-10 favoring the Kings in the shots on goal. They had the only power play opportunity. And Anthony Stolarz was solid. The Leafs had probably the better scoring chances. Toe save comes to mind as Darcy Kemper, and another glove save.
Yeah, and one Bobby McMahon from the high slot, put a blocker save by Kemper there. And then Matthew Nyes had an opportunity kind of from a sharp angle and a rebound. I'm not sure if Kemper got a piece of it or not, but couldn't jam it in.
Matthew Nyes is a piece of Toronto Maple Leaf history. He's the first player to ever have 25 or more goals and 160 or more hits ever in the history of the team.
Well, as long as they've counted it, right?
Well, yes. Well, all right. Well, yes, okay, I suppose. Weren't you around earlier to keep count on hits?
Blackjack Shellac.
Blackjack Shellac was right there? All right. Leafs to the right, Kings to the left. We're underway as the Leafs get it in over the line, and McMahon chases down a puck in the far corner. Got tangled up there as Tavares got it free, couldn't get it out in front where Nylander was, and the Kings play it out into the center ice area.
That was a cartoon character.
Blackjack Shellac, yes. Oh, yeah. He was a dastardly dude, too. Brought on by Nylander. In the slot area, couldn't deliver a backhand towards the net. Tried to scoop it out in front. That may have hit the back of the goal. He may have been trying to bank that in off the back of the head of Darcy Kemper. Played around back of the net into the Leaf zone. Up on the wing it comes to the near side. Marner dropping it back. Riley gives it back to him. Marner flipping it off on the wing now for Carlo. And Carlo will shoot it in and around the boards. It'll come. And Drew Doughty, the veteran defenseman, gets it back behind the net. Now Matthews unable to trap it down on the far side. And the Kings get it out at center. Doughty leads the rush in over the line. Had it knocked off his stick. He comes back to him at the near point. Into the slot area now. And a shot taken there by Anderson. Deflected wide and a rebound. Came in front of the net. And just wide as Stolarz was somewhat out of position. Kings with it again in the offensive zone. Down into the corner, Trevor Moore. Can't get around Riley to get out in front. Puck comes back to the blue line, and it's going to squirt out into neutral ice. Teams changing as we have the puck back in the Toronto zone, and Riley stretching things out.
I think it was Morgan Riley on Trevor Moore, Joe, that just got a piece of that before Moore could find it.
Played off the boards and back into LA territory. Doughty swinging it around the boards to the near side. Danault got it out. Blocked there by Toronto. Blocked again by Benoit. Then poked in over the line by Laferriere. He cuts in on goal. Scores! Alex Laferriere beats Anthony Stolarz, and it's 1-0 Los Angeles.
That's his first in 18 games. And again, Simon Benoit pinched up around the red line, and then as he was trying to recover, he stumbles and gets beat off the right wing boards. And Oliver Ekman-Larsson has his man tied up in front, but Benoit gets burned to the outside, and Laferriere takes it to the net and puts the backhand past Stolarz. 1-0 LA.
16th of the year for Laferriere, and as it's cleared back down into the offensive zone, the Leafs go into the forecheck, but now trail 1-0. Domi unable to get to the puck. Quickly playing around the boards and out at center ice and onto the right wing side. Here's Laferriere in again with a shot. Pad saving a rebound. Cleared to the line but not out. Kept alive by Gavrikov, who got it back on the point. Sent along the boards, trying to come out with it as Byfield shot it wide of the net. Kings with it again, and another shot is blockered away by Stolarz. Puck around the boards, and it's going to clear all the way down into LA territory, which gives the Leafs an opportunity to change. Opening goal comes early in the second period at 1:57. And the Kings own a 1-0 lead. Played back down into Los Angeles territory. Doughty up on the wing. Unable to make a move with it was Malott, Burlington native, who was in a fight in the first period with Brandon Carlo. Gets it out on the right side. Long shoot in. Taken by Trevor Lewis. Is gloved by goaltender Stolarz. And there'll be a face-off coming in the Toronto zone as a result.
Assistant number 24, Philip.
Boy, we've seen that. We saw that with San Jose. Players scoring after lengthy droughts, but with Laferriere, just 3 assists in the 17 previous games before opening the scoring here. And 16 on the season.
Face off in the Toronto zone to the left of Stolarz. And the draw one, and a quick shot is whistled just wide of the net by Kuzmenko, who had that face off, won cleanly and onto his stick. Here are the Kings in again. Dropping it back is Kopitar, and a shot is into the chest of Stolarz, and he's going to stop play. What a chance Andrei Kuzmenko had there.
Kuzmenko was part of the Morgan Frost-Joel Farabee trade from Calgary to Philadelphia. Played only 7 games in Philly before being flipped to the Los Angeles Kings. You'll remember he had a great rookie year with Vancouver. 38, 39 goals as a rookie, and then struggled the next year and was part of the Elias Lindholm deal from Calgary to Vancouver.
Face off to the left of Stolarz is won cleanly by the Leafs. McCabe pushes it ahead out at center. Marner gets to the line, holds it up, and got it in along the boards. McCabe had gone into the attack. Now a centering pass goes right past Knies, comes back to the near point. Tanev sweeping it around back of the net. Grabbed off by Matthews. Flipped back into the near corner for Nyes. Nyes jams the boards. Comes out of the scrum with it against Doughty. Back to the net for wraparound try. Jam play by Matthews is swallowed up by Kemper. Great play by Matthews to get the puck quickly back of the net and come right around for the wraparound. The paddle down.
Yeah, even the rebound off the initial attempt almost sneaks under the right arm of Kemper. And even though there's 16:01 to go in the second period, boy, you got to feel the next goal is crucial against the Kings. As we mentioned, been dynamite at home, but especially defensively.
Played back to the point, kept in there on the backhand by OEL, who gets it back of the net. Puck on the near boards. Matthews tries to center. Backhand by Nyes. Swallowed up by Kemper.
Well, the LA Kings come out flying early on, and this is the best response the Leafs have had yet here in the second period. Mitch Marner gets in on the forecheck. Austin Matthews picks up the garbage and throws it to the slot, and Matthew Nyes. Boy, this is a great spin. And this, no, boy, this
just under the arm, eh? Just did get the elbow down to his side in order to keep that from going in. Draw scrummed, controlled by the Leafs, who get it back, but Kempe intercepts that and finds Kopitar. Kopitar in on the left wing. Rings the puck around on the near boards, and it is tipped by the Maple Leafs' Bobby McMahon into the center ice area, and a penalty coming to Toronto. This will be very interesting to see what this is.
Now, Craig Berube is shaking his head. As we said, the Max Domi penalty, it was holding the stick, but the stick was in the midsection, which is sometimes a hook, and now...
Maple Leafs number 88, minor penalty, hooking.
And it looked like Nylander just trying to lift the stick of Kopitar for a split second, and they're going to say that's enough.
The issue I'm having is the most egregious hit and almost injury causing is not called, and two really marginal calls are. And the Leafs a man short again. Wrap around to 10. Knocked back into the corner off the stick of Kuzmenko. Kuzmenko knocks Tanev down. Tanev gets back on his skates and then knocks Kuzmenko down. The puck intercepted by Marner, and Marner is able to play it out and down the ice. Well, the alleys, there should be two in the pockets of the officials, as this is the only two power plays that have been called, both benefiting the Kings. Back in around the boards, it bounces out in front, but right onto the stick of David Camp. Camp gets it ahead to McCabe. He can't make a rush at the net, just shoots it in, and the puck comes back into the center ice area. Onto the right wing side for Kuzmenko. Kuzmenko dropping it off. Kopitar holds in the near corner, out into the slot, and trying to one-touch it back to his defense partner was Doughty, but it was knocked away, and Adrian Kempe has to go back for it. Played up on the wing and in over the line. Here's a chance for Kopitar trying to center off a stick, and that's going to be no. Yeah, they're trying to get a glove on it. Was Stolarz, but it was cleared in back of the net, and now it's going to be cleared out into the center ice area. That looked like the mole game where you're trying to hit it with a hammer.
Yeah, it kept moving.
Kept popping up elsewhere. Here are the Kings with Kopitar trying to get a shot in, and it was high and wide of the net. Far side for Doughty, 29 seconds in the power play. Back to Kopitar. Back to Doughty on the far half boards. Back to Kopitar, middle of the ice. Over on the near side. Unable to get a one-timer away was Kevin Fiala. And the Leafs are going to get it and send it out and down the ice with a dozen seconds now left in the power play.
Well, that was a long shift for the penalty killers, too.
Clark will get it up in center. Brought on in over the line by Trevor Moore. He has the puck stolen back, and Carlo sends it out and down the ice. And that will end the power play. They did not have a shot on goal with the 2 minutes of man advantage. Now the Leafs intercept, but can't get it into the zone. Back comes Moore with it in on the left wing. Oliver Ekman-Larsson ties him up. The puck comes around the boards and all the way out and down into LA territory, forcing Jordan Spencer back behind his own goal. 13 minutes to play in the second period. LA won. The Leafs no score. from the wrong side of center. That looked like it should have been icing, but it was waved off. The puck goes back into the near corner. Domi trying to tip it back along the boards. Tied up there along the wall is Riley. It comes back to the point. A shot coming. Breaks the stick of Kalle Järnkrok. And now the Leafs have got one player without a stick. Unfortunately, an errant shot goes into the glove of Stolarz, and he's going to hold on to it. So the Leafs trail 1-0 on a goal by Alex Laferriere. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 on the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
At Honda, we take pride in building the CR-V Sport here in Alliston, Ontario. And with all-wheel drive, plus a suite of Honda sensing technologies, we made sure it can handle Ontario winters. But you're probably wondering, what's with the one-touch power moonroof? Well, Ontario, we hold on to the hope that one day winter will be over. Get ready for spring and adventure with the Honda CR-V Sport. Lease with rates from 1.99% for 36 months, plus get a $1,500 Honda bonus. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Jan owns a home and a restaurant fusing French and Mexican cuisine. But she is fusing no more because her ovens have gone kaput. She called Alpine Credits, who sent their speedy superhero. With her business loan approved, her ovens were quickly fixed. The hero even had some of her poutine nachos. Yum! Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.ca/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed where work is performed. See website for details.
Taking chances today.
Leafs trail 1-0 to the Los Angeles Kings, but have had some great scoring opportunities. Darcy Kemper has played solidly in goal.
At least looking for just something to squeak through. Austin Matthews and Matthew Nyes have both have great chances here in the second. By the way, the last goaltender to shut out the Leafs in Los Angeles, Jonathan Quick, March 5th, 2020.
Oof.
The right before the world shut down, and it was a 1-0 shootout win for the Kings in that game. I believe Freddie Anderson was in goal for the Leafs, so he would have picked up the shutout, but took the loss.
Puck goes down into the LA zone. Nyes trying to drive the net. Got it in on goal. And the defenseman crashes into Kemper, who is down. And some discussion there. Kemper is still down on all fours, not getting up. He was collided with, was that Laferriere coming back in the back check? Or was it?
I think it was Mikey Anderson.
Maybe it was, yep.
The defenseman. Kemper looks like he's all right. There might have been a call maybe on Nyes going to the net. A little bit of a hold. And even though it's quiet in L.A., I mean, he kind of gets the left arm, doesn't he?
Yeah, a little bit. Kemper shaking it off as Nyes bowling his way to the front of the net. What a development year this has been for Matthew Nyes. Just that statistic about the first player with 25 goals and 160 hits in the history of the Leafs, at least when they were keeping all of these stats. Eddie Shack might have.
It would be interesting to see what some of those stats would have been back.
Yeah.
Kemper moving his head side to side.
Well, face-off coming to his left. Draw one by Toronto. Marner on the far half boards. Had his pocket picked from behind. Took his man down. I don't know if there's an arm up or not, but that could have been a trip. Probably more so than ones that have been called. And it's not. Here's Marner with it now with a pass to Nyes. Nyes into the slot area. Couldn't get a shot away. And the Kings will work to the near boards, and Fogle will get it out at center ice. Benoit back to Matthews. Matthews has it knocked off his stick. Leafs go back along the boards. Matthews unable to reach it, and he'll go to the bench. Deno back in his own territory for Los Angeles. 11:45 to play in the second. 1 goal on the board, and it's owned by the LA Kings. Doughty gives it back to his defense partner. And Anderson will send it out and down the ice, but off a stick, and so there is no icing. And the Leafs have it with Tanev getting it up ahead for Nylander on the wing for Riley. Riley trying to send it in. That went off a glove. Or at least I thought it went off a glove, but apparently not. They're going to call it icing.
Well, everything becomes magnified in a game like this, right? I know Jim Tenney and Anthony Stewart called this playoff hockey, but this is it, where your opportunities are so hard to come by. Leafs are 58% in the face-off dot. John Tavares has won 6 of 8.
And so the face-off coming in the Toronto zone and won by the Leafs. Tanev's pass went off a skate, forcing Morgan Riley back, and it'll be played ahead and down into the King zone, and another icing. So the same group is going to have to stay out there with 11:10 to play here in the second period. Another face-off in the Toronto zone.
Now, this was circled as being the toughest game on this California trip, but boy, Anaheim Ducks come back late against the New York Rangers last night. They were down 2 in the third period, tie it, win it in overtime. There's some speed in that Anaheim team.
That is tomorrow night. We'll have it for you at 8 o'clock. As the Leafs get it out at center, and a pass for Bobby McMann. In with a shot, and a rising drive went over top of the goal. The rebound is caromed all the way to center ice and back into the Leaf end. Brandon Carlo around back of the net, being hounded there by Adrian Kempe. Got it ahead. Carlo was taken down. No call. The puck comes back at center for Tavares, who will swing it in on the left wing, and the Kings have it back in their own zone. Dropped off there by Brant Clark and shot into the Toronto end. Stolarz out of the goal to leave it back of the goal for Morgan Riley. The veteran is back of the net. Getting it up on the right side. Brought to center by Lorenz. He works to the line and lifts it in, or at least Yarncrook, sorry. He couldn't get it in deep. Brought back out at center. Fighting for it there along the boards was the Leafs, but it's brought inbound by the Kings. Trying to get it in front. Good back checking by Lawton. Forces it back along the boards and into the far wall. Grabbed off there, but not cleared by Toronto. And finally it does come out, and Domi turns with it. Domi, stick handling in neutral ice. Got it across the line. Yarncrook back to Domi, but he couldn't pull it to his forehand to get a shot. And it's played to the line, but not out. Leafs punch it right back in behind the Kings zone, but changes are needed, and those are made as the Kings get it back down into the Leaf end of the ring. Played around the boards by Benoit. Up on the far side. Grabbed off and sent out at center ice and flipped into the zone by Pontus Holmberg. Camp after it, but can't block a clearing attempt. The puck comes up on the far wing, and Lewis will get it out at center. Helenius got it to the Leaf line and in. Tanev is there to take it around back of the Toronto goal. Brought out at center. LA with 18 shots. The Leafs with 13. Long shoot and wide. Bounces into the slide of the net. Tanev couldn't get it, and he ran over his own man and Steven Lorenz. And it's knocked high to center ice. Gloved there by Camp. He can't get in. There's 3 Leafs right at the bench, and now they're going to try to keep the numbers equal so that there aren't too many of them on there. Oliver Ekman-Larsson to Tanev. Tanev through center with a pass on the left wing off of Pontus Holmberg, who was going to the bench. The Matthews line is over the boards. Brought on at center by Trevor Moore. Rolling puck goes wide of the Leaf goal. Carlo is able to secure it, but got it to the line, but not out. Long shot went well wide of the net. Grabbed off on the near side by Riley, who gets it ahead, and it is pushed out at center ice by Nyes. Grabbed off again by Matthews, who turns back in his own zone. Austin Matthews got it ahead. Marner backhands into the zone. Matthews is in there on a hustle play there against Anderson. Against the boards, he gets it free from Marner. Marner sends it back along the boards. Nyes does a nice job of keeping it open. Now Marner back to the point. It'll come to McCabe. Back to Marner. Marner's wrist shot blocked. Nyes a shot. Big save made by Kemper. Great scoring chance there. Another shot is blocked. It's into the corner for McCabe. Back of the net. Matthews is taken down. Is there a penalty here?
I think there's got to be. LA touches the puck after Matthews went down. I don't think the near referee made the call. Matthews might have sold it just a bit. But it would appear the Leafs are going to go in their first power play of the night.
Is it Trevor Moore? Yep. And you know what? It wasn't the play we saw. No, it was the most innocuous little hook. Oh, wow. At any rate, the Leafs to the power play when we return. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
They are going to the Sweet 16.
Hear every game of the men's and women's NCAA tournament on Sirius XM. Listen to Westwood One's coverage on your radios and on the Sirius XM app so you don't miss an upset or a buzzer beater.
3 for the win. It's good. It's good. It's good.
To find game channels, go to SiriusXM.com/sports or search March Madness to hear Westwood One's coverage on the Sirius XM app.
They lead wire to wire. A thrilling finish.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
For months I've been listening to hockey people warn the Sabres. Don't move on from Dylan Cousins. This is the one you'll regret. The fact that you're trading in division is amazing to me. This guy can come back and haunt you like every Sabre does. But if I'm an Ottawa Senators fan, Jake, I'm over the moon on this trade.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but it's early. Haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91. The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
The month of March has been pretty good to the Leaf power play. 43.8%.
Couple of power play goals in San Jose.
14 of 32 in the month of March. Leafs win the draw. Tavares with a wrist shot that was blocked. The rebound is going to be launched high and sent out and down the ice. As bad as the Kings' power play has been, their penalty kill's been excellent. Marner through center, in on the line, got into the slot area, but went to the right. The puck went left, and now it is shot down the ice. The Kings get there first with Byfield centering, rolling puck in on goal. Down is Stolars, as jumping into the rush was Mickey Anderson.
Now he's going to be careful. They gave up the shorthanded goal in San Jose. And this kind of rolled in on Anthony Stolars, and he ends up trying to poke check the rolling puck, and it just kind of flipped up in the air, and Anderson, fortunately for the Leafs, wasn't able to get a stick on it.
And Tavares reached around Anderson and then let his stick go, hoping not to bring about a penalty. But a minute 29 left in the power play, and the Leafs have not been able to set up in the offensive zone. Marner starts out slowly through to the blue line, then drops the puck back. Nylander with speed through the neutral zone and in. Nylander into the slot, sent a weak shot wide of the goal. Puck along the boards, and now the Leafs have numbers in there as the puck goes back of the net. Nyes knocked it away, trying to get it back to the blue line, but failing. And now a break at center ice with Kopitar. Matthews the lone defender, and the shot deflected wide of the goal. Matthews with it now in his own end. Off a pass for Nyes. It's intercepted and shot back down into the Toronto zone. Marner goes around back of the net. First unit, most of them still out there. Marner coming into neutral ice. Now to McMahon. McMahon drops for Nylander. Nylander gets into the zone to McMahon, and around the boards it'll go into the corner, but it is Doughty getting there and getting it freed up on the near wing and shot out at center ice, and Marner has to come back to his own blue line. Now to McMahon. Now up on the left wing it comes, and here is Yarncrook driving the net, tried to move it to his forehand, and it was knocked away and shot out and down the ice. And the Leaf power play has been rather anemic on this occasion anyway. Here's McMahon playing it into the slot area and unable to get to it. To get a tip there was Yarncrook. And it's played high and out and down the ice again by Los Angeles as the penalty expires. Domi has the puck knocked off his stick. They poke it up on the boards on the far wing. Kings try to work out into the slot, and a shot is swallowed up off the stick of Adrian Kempe there by Stolars, who had to come across and get big and get square on the near side.
Austin Matthews did a pretty good job playing this 2-on-1, but the pass gets through his legs, and fortunately Kempe chips it over the net on the shorthanded chance by LA.
1-0 Los Angeles, second period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Red and white. It runs through the veins of everyone who calls our country home. It brings us closer together, no matter where we are. This spring, patients across Canada need you to give a little red and white. Canadian Blood Services needs 450 new blood and plasma donors every day to fuel Canada's lifeline. Let's get Canada's blood pumping. Book an appointment today at blood.ca/450.
1-0 in favor of the LA Kings.
And why it might be beneficial, Joe, to tie this up before the end of the second period. LA's record when leading after the second period this year, 28-0-2. And you can see why. At least just 15 shots on goal. The Kings have 21.
But of those 15, the Leafs have had 3 or 4 real good scoring chances. Power play was disappointing. Fed around the wall by Tanev to center. And the Kings intercept that. Played to the blue line, not into the zone. Tanev going back, but it's going to be an icing call here against Los Angeles.
But everything they've had, Joe, have been sort of rush chances. They haven't been able to set up and make plays. And you know right away what the press conference is going to be after is Craig Berube saying they didn't give us a lot in the middle of the ice. They take away the middle of the ice, and we got to find a way to get there and create some scoring chances. Maybe it starts with a face-off win here late in the second.
5:16 to play in the second period. 1-0 Kings. Tavares scrum the draw, but it comes back to shot quickly made there. Another rebound in front. McMahon got the shot away on a great face-off win by John Tavares. You mentioned this many times. Last year's playoff, Bobby McMahon wasn't available. And it was a big hole. And right now, he's certainly filling a large role on this second line with Tavares and Nylander. And he has the puck again coming out of the corner. Back to the blue line. He's going to drop it back to Oliver Ekman-Larsson. A shot. That was stopped. There's a rebound. Backhanded by Nylander wide of the goal. Goaltender has lost his stick. The puck comes up on the wing, and the Kings are going to get it out at center, and Kemper will grab his goal stick. Oliver Ekman-Larsson starting back up ice. A pass on the left wing for Matthews. Didn't flip it in far enough. And it is brought to the line, although Nyes was able to knock it down. Puck sent back for Doughty. And the veteran is in behind the net and gets it up to Anderson, who will get it to the line and out at center ice. And then Marner got back to steal it back. Marner flipping in from center. Down in around back of the net for Doughty. Nyes after him. The puck comes up on the wing, and it'll be brought out at center ice and sent into the zone by the Kings, who get down into the forecheck. And taken off his skates was Warren Foegele with a good hit. Puck along the boards, then Nyes trying to kick it back to his defense. Benoit has it pinned to the boards. They're going to hang on to that for a while. Now it finally did come free. Comes back to the point. Doughty goes D to D, far side. Anderson into the slot. Foegele a shot. That's blocked. The rebound was sent just wide of the net. Marner playing it into the slot, and it is wristed at the net. And Stolarz bails out his winger.
Boy, and Mitch Marner, you can tell by the reaction, was not happy with throwing that right onto the tape back to the point. Well, look at Don Tavares being latched onto off that face-off by Quinton Byfield. Seems like LA's been called maybe the least obvious penalty.
Well, we had the right penalty called, and then it turned out it wasn't even close.
Yeah.
3:20 to play in the period. Leafs dominating the face-off circle, 23-14, but lose this one. And the shot whistles wide of the Leaf goal. Played around the boards far side. Yarncrook got there first. Chops it down the ice, and racing after it is Scotty Lawton. He's going to get there to deny icing, but can't get to the loose puck. It's played back behind the net, up on the right wing boards, and the Kings get it out at center. A pass in on the right side for Kopitar. Kopitar taken down by Jake McCabe. Puck is played off the glass, but it won't clear. Kept in by Spence. Spence to Kopitar. Back to Spence, the one-timer and shot. Big save made there, and a good bit of blocking out by Tanev allows goaltender Stolarz to search for it and get the glove on top of it.
Well, this is just a clean win right back off the face-off as well. What I like about Stolarz tonight, Joe, is how much further out of the crease he is. We've seen that shot right off the face-off. He
mentioned that he was working on some things that needed to be on his game, and we've talked about this many times. When he was rolling at the beginning of the year, he was way out at the top of the circle. Draw one by the Kings. Fed over on the left wing side. Back it comes to Clark. Clark into the corner. Good hit there by Oliver Ekman-Larsson to get Camp puck. And David Camp nicely played over on the wing. Benoit did well to get it out. Just kicking it up to his stick to get it out of the zone. Now the Leafs will try to get it out at center, and they do, but Los Angeles is there again to shoot it right back in again. Out of the net, Stolarz. Off the boards, it's going to come to the line, but not out. Clark goes D to D on the left wing side. Pass into the slot area. Lewis couldn't get a shot away. Puck is now grabbed off by Toronto, and Camp finds Pontus Holmberg, who will get down into the zone. He is wedged to the boards by Joel Edmondson. Puck comes back into the slot, but the Kings unable to clear. Here's Nyes in pursuit back of the goal. Camp trying to help him out. And the puck comes free, and Nyes almost stole it again there from Edmondson. Now they do. A pass to the near wing, and it's grabbed off by Morgan Rielly. Back of the net for Marner. Marner circles to the far side. Saucers it back now for Rielly. Rielly back to Marner off his skates. Now to Matthews. Matthews with a shot. Where'd that go? High off a body and finally cleared by L.A.
I think that hit a stick in front.
And went straight up in the air, didn't it? Minute 18 to go in the period. 1-0 Kings. Matthews Left wing side, Nyes. In for Morgan Riley. Centering effort was blocked as it comes around the boards. Trapped there by Marner. Backhanded in along the boards for Nyes. Nyes in traffic, trying to free it up for Matthews. Had it again. Matthews sends it around back of the net. And goaltender Kemper will play it out and down into the neutral zone. And here the Kings getting in over the line with Trevor Moore sending a long shoot in off Stolarz. Tanev and McCabe exchanging the disc. Tanev straight up ice to the left wing side to McCabe and bounced in wide of the net with 36 seconds left to go in the period. Tavares couldn't get to it. Fed high out and down the ice. Will it have enough? No, says the linesman. No icing. And McCabe gets it on to Bobby McMahon. McMahon to Tavares. Tavares has rung the boards with it to the far side. Nylander knocked his man down but couldn't come up with the loose puck. Kings get it out at center and play to an open wing. And then picking it up here is Fiala. Fiala into the slot. Puck down in front of the goal is played around back of the net. Trying to get it in front. Nylander intercepts. And the final seconds will tick down.
Boy, you love Willie Nylander on the back check there, Joe. Just as Fiala was trying to position himself to deliver it to the net, Nylander on the back check ties his stick up, and the Kings get nothing out of it. They do get something out of the second period, and really it's one of the rare mistakes made. It was Simon Benoit stood up along the boards, and then when he was getting beat wide, he stumbles. And Laferriere was able to take it to the net and tuck the backhand past Stolarz.
Dano gets the lone assist on the goal at 1:57. And the Leafs trail 1-0 after 40 minutes of play. However, the Leafs are the third best team when trailing after the second period. They are 7-20-2. But never mind what the Kings are. I don't want to bring that up now.
28-0-2.
Oh, darn it. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every reaction that I have seen to the breaking news is what the hell just happened.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of Sirius XM.
The Memphis Grizzlies have parted ways with head coach Taylor Jenkins.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
There has to be more to the story. Whoa, this is out of nowhere.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
Taylor Jenkins is a fantastic coach.
Live sports talk when you need it is on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
I've said this since the Luka trade. Nothing surprises me anymore.
The countdown to history is on. Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest to ever play the game, is chasing hockey immortality. Every goal brings him closer to legend status. And SiriusXM is your front row seat to the action.
Alex Ovechkin!
Live every game, plus catch exclusive interviews with those who know him best, former teammates, coaches, and legends of the game on the SiriusXM app.
Brad Ovechkin scores!
The Great Chase is on NHL Network Radio.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
For months I've been listening to hockey people warn the Sabres, don't move on from Dylan Cousins. This is the one you'll regret. The fact that you're trading in division is amazing to me. This guy can come back and haunt you like every Sabre does. But if I'm an Ottawa Senators fan, Jake, I'm over the moon on this trade.
Point with Boomer Gordon, 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
If you would have asked me, what's the one record that would never, ever, ever be broken? Was the 894 goals. Every single day he scores, that's sort of the lead story in the NHL. And yet here's Ovi about to do it, and he's going to push through 900 goals, and he could push to 1,000 if he wanted to. If he played 3 more seasons.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite club.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And trail 1-0 to the LA Kings after 40 minutes of play. TSN After 40 brought to you by 241 Pizza. Give yourself a high five. Buy any large traditional pizza and get up to 3 medium one-topping pizzas for $5 each. 241pizza.com. Jim Taddy and former NHLer Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, the goal. Unfortunately for Benoit, he got all tangled up.
Yes, it was a bit of off balance and bad gaps by Benoit, and that's sort of maybe his Achilles heel, just his foot speed a little bit there, but that just shows, with this LA Kings team, one mistake and it cost them, essentially the only goal of the game, and I'm sure if they go back and review it, he probably obviously lost his footing there, but a great goal. I don't think he did lose his footing, but it was an amazing play by Laferriere. Typically in that spot when it's that tight, you usually just get the shot off, but he cuts across the crease, to backhand at home to make it 1-0. So as equally it was a mistake by the Maple Leafs, it was an even better play by LA and Laferriere to eventually put the puck in the net. So you couldn't really fault Stolarz there, but again, it was a tight checking, smothering game. Shots were 9-5 in favor of LA. According to my notes here, both teams had one shot each through the first 10 minutes. So it's a bit of a sludge match. But again, that's this time of the year where it's playoff hockey where you have to persevere. But I liked some of the pushback by the Maple Leafs. Matthews' line, I think, was probably the best line of the period for both teams out there. They were playing that in the gutter, go to the net, play a heavy style, grinding style game. And I'm sure if they continue that through the final 20 minutes here, they might find a way to get one through. But I heard Ralphie talk about the record after two periods for LA, 28-0-2. But I like Toronto's game through the first 40.
I do too, and to your point about the Matthews-Marner-Nyes line, I mean, that created the power play. Unfortunately, the power play didn't look too good, but it did create an opportunity, and I thought the third line was very noticeable at times too.
Yeah, they were getting involved, and that power play, it started with just sort of even the breakout. They were cutting off that kick back to the guy coming back with speed, and they were actually forcing you to go through the middle, where teams typically force you to go through to the outside. So they're protecting in layers, they're protecting the middle of the ice, and ultimately, Kemper's playing great as well. So, yeah, it was good. Jan Krok, I noticed, was involved as well. Domi making some good passes. So, for me, if I'm Craig Berube, I'm like, guys, sometimes with this system, it may take the last minute of the final period for something to work. Continue to do what you're doing. We saw with San Jose what happened, 2 goals in the final minute and a half or minute that it may be to tie the game. Just do not panic. Do not turn it into a track meet. Do not try to open the game up, because that's when LA can sort of hurt you on that counterattack. I know it's easier said than done, but again, it's a grinding style. It's not pretty. It's not entertaining. I think I may have heard some boo birds. I don't know. Maybe that was the Canadian anthem, but that's neither here nor there. But for Toronto, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yeah, that's why it sort of emulates a playoff game, because, that one goal, all of a sudden you see, the Kings are defensively responsible anyway, but they really nailed it down after that, didn't they?
I don't know if it's the black jerseys, the matte helmets, but they just look like they're almost like 15% bigger than Toronto. So it's just
it's a big team.
But again, great job with their sticks and just almost tricking you or forcing you to go a certain way. Like they're directing traffic out there, especially through the neutral zone. It seems like it's almost shrunken. So great job by Hillier and the system, because it's very, very tough and challenging to play against. And sometimes you saw it, Marner or Nylander coming to try to dangle through the middle and beat one or two guys, and you think you have a lane, and then boom, there's a stick taking away your time and space. So it's a very, very tough system to crack. But you saw Nyes get out there, get involved, starting with the forecheck, but getting open, maybe having a higher F3 and trying to kick out. But for them, I think they get a little bit more traffic. I'm aiming for 12 to 14 shots this period. It's easier said than done. Maybe draw another power play or two. This is a very disciplined team, but there's going to be nights like this, and it's going to be replicated in the playoffs, so they have to find a way to persevere.
Yeah, absolutely. I look forward to the third period. Stolarz has played a really good game, hasn't he?
Yes, he's been dialed in, and he's starting to look a lot bigger in his crease, and he's not swimming around, and some pucks he's bobbled a little bit here and there, but he just seems, the camera panned to him. He doesn't seem like he has any panic in his eyes. It's another day in the park, so it's only 40 minutes, but I like his size out there. He seems like he's fronting the puck really, really well. He's tracking it really well. He's fighting through traffic, and again, he's brought his A game tonight.
Yeah, do we want to talk about the fourth line? Have you noticed them?
Whomst do we speak of? But it's I had to check, Brett. Yeah. It's a little bit frustrating, as again I remember being in this exact moment where nothing's really going, and a coach would come down and be like, "Hey, you need to go and do something." So it was like literally I got a kick in the back of the pants. So I was like, "Oh, okay, let me go and make a hit or do something." So it just seems that they naturally have to create a way to get that kick in the pants. But for them, it's like there's so much. You have an opportunity to be a go-to guy come playoff time. They were searching high and low for that second line winger. They're interchanging the third line left side. Domi playing left, Domi playing center, Lawton playing center and left. So there's an opportunity here that should be more motivating than a kick in the pants. And I think somebody needs to elevate, or they can find themselves in Robertson's spot where it's just an interchanging carousel of guys in and out of the lineup.
Stu, thanks very much. LA leads at 1-0 over the Leafs after 40 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
Joe and Lucy needed a new roof and reached out to Alpine Credits. I flew over to help them with a home renovation loan. I suggested they transform their house into a giant robot head, beams that shoot from the eyes. Pew, pew! Instead, they just went with shingles. But it's pretty glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed the musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.ca/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed where work is performed. See website for details.
This is a message from United Way to a Jesse M. of Mississauga. Hello, Jesse. You might be wondering why we made an ad specifically for you. Because, Jesse, you see, we're fighting poverty any way we can. Even cold calling a complete stranger over the radio. Bold, isn't it? Together, we can make sure everyone has what they need, like food, housing, good jobs, and mental health supports. Join people like Jesse to build a better GTA. Donate today at unitedwaygt.org. Thanks, Jesse.
Your sneakers are staring directly at you. You try to look away, but you can't. You're laced to face. They're saying, Rome wasn't built in a day, and your six-pack won't be either. But you've got to start somewhere. Stop staring. Put us on. Take that first step, or lunge, or squat. Start small. Start somewhere. Join for $7.99 every 2 weeks at fitforless.ca and experience fitness simplified. Some conditions apply. Fit for Less. Everybody happy.
Only a few days left to enjoy our very best prices with the Air France Rendezvous. It's time to book your rendezvous with Paris, starting at $765, or Madrid, starting at $885 return. From Toronto, tax included. You can enjoy a glass of champagne however you fly, economy included. Elegance is a journey. Air France. Book by April 2nd. Travel from March 17th to June 28th and from August 24th to November 30th, 2025. See conditions at airfrance.ca.
Red and white, it runs through the veins of everyone who calls our country home. It brings us closer together, no matter where we are. This spring, patients across Canada need you to give a little red and white. Canadian Blood Services needs 450 new blood and plasma donors every day to fuel Canada's lifeline. Let's get Canada's blood pumping. Book an appointment today at blood.ca/450.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Maple Toyota. You don't have to go out of town for a great new Tundra, RAV4 gas or hybrid. Maple Toyota has them in stock and ready to deliver. Visit mapletoyota.com. Golden Knights 2-1 over the Predators. That is in the third period. End of the second. Senators 3-1 over the Jackets. End of the first. Red Wings 1-0 over the Bruins. Flyers got by Buffalo earlier today 7-4. Lightning defeated the Islanders 5-3. Blues got by the Avs 2-1. Devils 5-2 over the Wild. That's done. Later on tonight, Flames in Edmonton at 10. At 10:30, it'll be the Stars in Seattle. And at 10:30, the Rangers in San Jose against the Sharks. In our game, LA 1, Toronto nothing after 40 minutes of play. Oh, yes, Guy. The third period is next on Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey. TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Change is happening.
I've been having crying spells since the election.
And so is the conversation.
You're on progress. Hello.
You care about the issues.
Day after day, they're stripping away rights.
We amplify your voice.
This is an important time to resist. I just want to encourage people, don't give up.
I'm grateful. I hear other people call in and say the same thing.
Sirius XM Progress is your channel for change. You're not just a listener. You're part of the movement. Listen, engage, progress. Sirius XM Progress 127.
The countdown to history is on. Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest to ever play the game, is chasing hockey immortality. Every goal brings him closer to legend status. And SiriusXM is your front row seat to the action.
Alex Ovechkin!
Live every game, plus catch exclusive interviews with those who know him best, former teammates, coaches, and legends of the game on the SiriusXM app.
Brad Ovechkin scores!
The Great Chase is on NHL Network Radio. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs trail 1-0 after 40 minutes of play to the Los Angeles Kings. Back at it again tomorrow night when they will tangle with the Ducks in Anaheim before returning home. They still have 3 games with their nearest competitors, 2 with Florida, and that will be the first when they get back. They play Florida at home, but they still have a back-to-back set of road games in Florida and in Tampa before the final 2 road games, which are in Buffalo and home against Detroit.
Yeah, big game against Florida at home on Wednesday night.
I honestly think that game with Buffalo is going to be enormous, and I can hardly wait to watch on TV to see the crowd that is going to be down there cheering on the Maple Leafs. It will be bizarre, I'm sure.
But the LA Kings have given up just 42 goals in the first period this year.
Wow. 42
goals in 72 games. Which, if you did it based over 3 periods, it's 1.75. I mean, that's incredible. incredible.
Isn't it?
But when you have a belief in a system that you just go out and play every shift even, don't give up anything, eventually you're going to capitalize at the other end, and that's what we've seen in the first 40 minutes tonight.
So the Leafs will defend the goal to the left and the Kings to the right.
You said it certainly looks like another LA Edmonton first round. These Kings, I don't think, will be the underdogs they were a year ago.
We've got a feed of the LA telecast going on, and our good friend Darrell Evans is really dolled up tonight.
Scored one of the biggest goals in Kings history.
Yes, he did. A miracle on Manchester. Long shot goes down into the Leaf zone. After it is Kempe. Kempe unable to get to it. It comes back to the point. D to D now to Edmondson, and a shot coming. Kicked away, big rebound. Oh, and a huge save by Stolars off Kopitar in front of the net. Boy, you better mark that one down if the Leafs are able to come from behind.
Boy, it looks like Tavares is going to go for a hooking as well. But this point shot gets through, and a big rebound off Stolars back out to the middle of the ice. And it might have been on the attempt by Kopitar that Tavares took the hooking penalty. 24 seconds in, Kings go to their second power play of the night.
Third.
Pardon me, third.
Yes, third. Leafs win the draw. Marner flips it high, but didn't get it high enough to get it all the way down the ice, and the Kings have it in neutral ice and are regrouping now at their own blue line. Kempe dropping it back. Kopitar has difficulties with it. Leafs push it ahead. Breakaway. Austin Matthews in a goal. Tried to make it go through the 5-hole, and Kemper makes a huge save. Leafs keep it in. Back into the slot. Matthews with a second attempt to shot. Scores! Never mind the breakaway. Oh, tie it on a shorty, and it is 1-1.
This all starts, Joe, with Mitch Marner disrupting Kopitar right at the Leaf blue line and poking it forward to Matthews. Matthews tries to look like he's going to go wide on the backhand, tries to tuck it 5-hole. Then the Leafs do a good job of staying in the zone. And Jake McCabe gets it at the left point, throws it over to Matthews. And does this still go 5-hole, Joe?
I believe it did, yep.
So he was not going to be deterred trying to get it between the pads of Kemper. And the Leafs score their 6th shorthanded goal.
And are we looking at something here?
No, it looks like I thought I just heard there was a 30-second timeout by LA, unless they're giving themselves extra time to look to see if, I don't know if it was offside. I don't think it was offside going into the zone.
29th of the season, it'd be his 2nd shorthanded goal of the year. And Austin Matthews ties the game. And
I don't. Jim Hiller is talking to the referee, but I think he's sort of given it a nod. I haven't seen anything. There's no way it was offside.
I don't think so. It's gotten awful quiet here, though. And we've got. Oh, wait a minute. Now we're going to have a discussion here. Here we are. Well, turn your mic on, ya. Did you get any of that? I know you can read lips. High stick?
Yeah, the referee was right there. Oh, good. It might have been.
It's very close.
The referee was right there and saw it and waved it off. Matthews, when the puck had bounced to the corner, swiped at it on a high stick.
So they are looking at this.
Good challenge, though. Good call by the video team, and we're going to get a good look at it here.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh boy,
his
it does not
arm looks like it's shoulder height. But this is a big one. If it's the goal is allowed, the Leafs are going to go at least have the penalty.
4-on-4.
4-on-4. Yeah. So a good decision here by the Kings, I think, to try this. But we're going to...
I mean, the referee was right there, and we're talking 5 feet away.
Yep.
Now, there's one angle where it does look like the stick is above. Yeah, you know what? I think this might be coming back, Joe.
It is very close and still being discussed. As the puck was in the corner, went off a stick. Matthews swinging his stick to get the puck under control.
Yeah, he got a piece of it first and then turned. Yeah, I think it's going to be called back.
It might be close, but we'll wait and see.
Yep. Stick, where he makes contact off the toe of the stick is above his head. From the angle we're looking at now.
Problem with all of this, of course, is he's leaning forward. So he's not standing straight up to where he is shoulder height, right? I mean, if you're bent over and you touch the puck where you're,
but above the shoulders, right? It's above the crossbar when it comes to goals being deflected in.
Yes.
But here we go.
All right. Well, here's the decision.
I think it's bad news. Now the mic's not working, so they're going to get the other referee to do it.
To the coach challenge review, it was determined that the puck was not struck above the shoulder.
Wow.
Before we have a good goal on the ice, LA's assessed a bench minor for delayed game.
Boy, and Jim Hiller's in disbelief, and I'll be honest, so am I.
I thought it was fine. But you know what? I'm more of an optimist.
I mean, it's going to be 4-on-4 for a minute 29.
And the Leafs have tied the game on Austin Matthews' 29th of the season, 55 seconds into the period.
Yeah, and Jimmy Hiller is pointing up to the scoreboard saying, look,
well,
I honestly do not know how this goal counts.
Well,
I mean, it's well above the shoulders. And Austin Matthews, I think, is a little in disbelief that it counted as well. So now it's going to be 4-on-4. Matthews' second shorthanded goal of the season, second of his career, but I don't know if you remember the first shorthanded goal. It was when it was 4-on-4 in Montreal, when the Leafs came back and scored 7 straight. It was 4-on-4. Montreal player just came back on the ice, and Matthews scored.
So it was hardly a short-handed goal rush, but it was just the numerical thing. Well, game is tied, and the Leafs are back to 4-on-4. And that will last for a minute 20, and then they will get an abbreviated power play as Marner gains the zone to Matthews, trying to flip it in front of the net. Matthews steals it back in the far corner. Matthews curling out, still with it. Now on the left wing boards into the slot for Marner. Marner with a pass down low. A shot taken there by Riley. Deflected just wide of the goal. Leafs buzzing again. Near side for Marner. Works back to the blue line. Still in on the backhand. Still with it going to the net. Hook to the ice. Penalty coming against the LA Kings.
And this is all just Mitch Marner continues to move his feet. And as he tried that last cut into the net, was taken down. Before that, Morgan Riley, a nice play to get it to Matthews, who was going to the net. And as you can imagine, the fans in Los Angeles are not thrilled right now. Matthews was tied up by Quinton Byfield. So great defensive play by the young forward for the Kings, but Drew Doughty gone for tripping. And boy, has this game changed.
Power play brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Enjoy winter to the fullest with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive. Visit your local Subaru dealer to book a test drive today. And I'm not really good with my math, so I'll leave it for you. They will have a 2-man advantage for
a little bit. Hopefully not long. But the Leafs have called the timeout now. And
Excuse me, I'm taking my shoes off just for a second here.
Now, you realize, because Tavares is in the box, if they go with 4, it looks like it's going to be Nice, Nylander, Matthews, and Marner.
I would think that Riley's probably going to move into that once the penalty. Well, maybe not. Tavares will just come on, right?
Come on, yeah. We'll see.
Well, let's see how Coach Craig Berube wants to handle this. Marner, Nylander, and Matthews and Nyes. Well, there you have that. 4-on-3 for 50 seconds, and then a two-man advantage for, I think, about 15 seconds. But here we go. Leafs tie the game 1-1 on a shorthanded goal and now win the faceoff. Nylander to the far half boards. Back to the blue line to Marner to Willie. Willie works back into the slot area, still with it. Looks for a pass to Marner. A pass in front. Deflected by Nyes on goal. And that was stopped by Kemper. Leafs record the puck again. Back to the point it goes. Nylander works into the slot. Drops it off to Marner. Drops it off to Matthews. To Nylander in the far half boards. Works back into the circle. Pass it off a skate. Blocked. Cleared and knocked in along the boards and into the corner. Nyes can take it right to the net if he can. And he tried to make a pass into the corner, but it's intercepted and Kopitar sends it out and into the Toronto zone. 6 seconds left before the penalty door opens and the Leafs have a two-man advantage. And now they will, as it's brought in over the line. For 30 seconds they have a two-man advantage. Off to Tavares. Down into the corner for Matthews. Matthews to Tavares. Back to Matthews. They play catch with it. Shot stopped by Kempe. Tavares gets the rebound. Tried to center it in front of the net. He gets it back to the blue line to Marner. Marner works into the slot area. Knocked down, but he gets the puck to Willie. Nylander on the far boards. Nylander down low. Centering pass. One time by Matthews and then cleared by LA to center ice. My goodness, what an opportunity, and now the penalty is expired. 30-second two-man advantage, and they had a couple of real good looks. Still 28 seconds left in this infraction. Riley starting out of his own zone. Dropping it back for Domi. Max brings it in across the line and flips it into the left wing side. Round back of the net. It comes to the side of the goal. Domi got a whack at it but couldn't get a shot. Back to the point, kept in on a wrist shot that McMahon couldn't get to, and it's cleared out, and the penalty is going to expire here without damage done. But the Leafs have tied the game. Puck is knocked high in the air to center ice. Kings get it down into the into the Toronto zone. A shorthanded goal by Austin Matthews has tied this game 1-1. Played by Camp in on wide of the net. Pontus Holmberg down the boards. Tried to free it up there, but couldn't get Lorenz the puck. And back come the Kings with Kempe in with a shot. Blocked away by Stolarz. Played off the boards and out into neutral ice. Kings regroup it. Anderson will shoot it right back in again. Around on the wall it comes to McCabe. In for Tanev. Up on the wing it goes and pushed to the line but not out. Long shot right on. Stopped by Stolarz. Puck is back at the Toronto goal. Tanev has his man pinned to the boards. Camp got it freed up on the wing, and now Nyes muscles his way out at center ice and gets it into open ice and now to the blue line, but not in, cleanly into LA territory. Kopitar launches it high. It'll be fair caught by Anthony Stolarz to stop play with 15:21 to go in the period. And the Leafs with a couple of good chances on the power play. But it is still a 1-1 tie.
And I think that last one, it was redirected. It was a wrist shot from the point, but I think Kopitar got a stick on it and knocked it down, and Anthony Stolarz had to kick out that left pad.
I thought it might have been a high stick.
Let's take a look. I'm still in amazement.
Well, it was obviously really close, but yeah. I mean, we wouldn't have disagreed with it, right? If it had been called high stick. But it was not. Matthews tying the game with a shorthanded goal. Second shorthanded goal of his career. Both of them coming this year. Played down into the LA zone. Anderson being chased. Into the corner with a hit was Nyes. Puck comes to center, and Matthews is there to Marner. Marner didn't see it. It was behind him, and Matthews has to go back to restore it. And now Carlo will get it ahead for Marner, who flips it over on the left wing side for Benoit. Benoit just needs to get it out and has sent it down into LA territory. Kings Doughty going around back of the net. The assistant captain starts out. A pass ahead at center for Byfield. Fed in on the left wing. LaFerriere drilled to the boards with a big hit. The puck comes all the way out into the center ice area, and racing after it here is Yarncrook. He'll get to the puck back of the goal. Overskated it, but Domi gets it in front. Oh, he had Lawton all alone, but it deflected away from the Leaf winger. Played back down into the Toronto zone. Tanev against the wall takes a hit. McCabe trying to play it up the wing, had it knocked away. Kept in by LaFerriere, and around the boards it'll come to the near side. Back to the point. Byfield holding, got a shot away. The Domi blocked. The puck is still free. Backhanded at the net, and Stolarz makes an easy save with the stick, and the Leafs are going to get it airmailed into neutral ice. Things have picked up here a little bit since that tying goal, is it not? Played right back down into the Toronto end. And around the boards now for Jake McCabe. Backhanded up the wall, but not out. Gets it on his forehand this time. And the pass off his stick comes to center. But the Kings are going to rifle it right back in again. McCabe up the boards, but it's cut off. And then a shot off an angle is swallowed up there by Stolarz. And there is no further play.
Boy, well, LA, great job in the penalty kill. They survived that, and now they've carried the last three shifts in the Leaf zone.
13:24 to go in the third. Game tied 1-1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every reaction that I have seen to the breaking news is what the hell just happened.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of Sirius XM.
The Memphis Grizzlies have parted ways with head coach Taylor Jenkins.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
There has to be more to the story. Whoa, this is out of nowhere.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
Taylor Jenkins is a fantastic coach.
Live sports talk when you need it is on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
I've said this since the Luka trade. Nothing surprises me anymore.
The countdown to history is on. Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest to ever play the game, is chasing hockey immortality. Every goal brings him closer to legend status. And SiriusXM is your front row seat to the action.
Alex Ovechkin!
Live every game, plus catch exclusive interviews with those who know him best. Former teammates, coaches, and legends of the game on the SiriusXM app.
Brad Ovechkin scores!
The Great Chase is on NHL Network Radio.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91 and the SiriusXM app.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Everywhere you want it.
Leafs won and the Kings won. Third period. Austin Matthews with a shorthanded goal to tie the game. 55 seconds into the third period. The Kings scored 1:57 into the second period. Puck in the Toronto zone in the far corner. Pushed up on the wall and carried out now by Bobby McMahon. He sends it down into the left wing corner. McMahon couldn't get there in time, but Tavares has it in his skates, waiting for McMahon to help out. Tavares continues to struggle with it, but got it back to the blue line. But it goes between Morgan Riley and Brandon Carlo. And Carlo now shoots it right back down into the King zone. Gavrikov got it ahead at center. Kopitar to the line, shooting it in around the boards. Morgan Riley cutting it off, backhanding it around on the near side. And it is grabbed off there by the Leafs. And it is Nylander getting it to center. And then Tavares, unable to get into the zone, has to circle back. They're getting a change going. And so Oliver Ekman-Larsson takes the puck back around his net. Oliel getting it up on the right side. Yarncrook sends it down into the zone. A hit by Lawton. Didn't free the puck up. And the Kings get it back at center. Pass hits a skate. That allows Moore to bring it into the Toronto zone. A drop pass for Danault is knocked away to the near boards. Oliver Ekman-Larsson couldn't get it. It's at the point with a shot into the slot area, and Domi intercepts that and plays the puck off the boards out at center. Kings pressing again. In on the left wing, Joel Edmondson sends it around on the boards. Tanev knocking it away. Domi circles back in his own zone and now gets the puck ahead for Marner as the Leafs are changing. Marner waiting for teammates to come over the boards. And you know who they are. Nyes and Matthews have joined the rush as it's sent in. In around the boards and into the corner. Matthews jamming his man. Puck comes free. Marner knocked it back deeper into the corner, but it is dragged out now by Fiala, and he skates it through neutral ice. Pass into the slot, bounced over Laferriere's stick, and it's down along the boards and around to the far side. Trapped by Doughty and just kept in. Into the slot now for Fiala. Backhand try blocked. Fiala with a forehand, and that was deflected wide. Near corner for Byfield. Stolen back by Marner. Nifty little pass to Spring Matthews with Nyes. Matthews playing it into the corner. Nyes trying to get an angle on Doughty, but failing to do so. 10:55 to play. Third period, tied at a goal, and both teams getting a change in. Doughty for his defense partner, and Anderson got it to center, and then Doughty had to intercept a pass in order to get it back to neutral ice and send it back into the Toronto zone. Morgan Riley couldn't get it along the boards cleanly. Pontus Holmberg tried to free it up. Now it comes back to the point. D-to-D pass to the near side. A shot blocked by Lorenz, and he paid a price to do that as he gets up slowly, and the puck is shot down into the offensive zone, forcing Pontus Holmberg into the attack. Camp gets a body on his man. I believe Lorenz has gone to the bench after blocking that shot, and Nylander replacing him. Back down into the Toronto end, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson has it around back of the goal. We're halfway through period number 3, tied at a goal. A pass ahead is scooped in over the line. Tavares got a shot away, and it was deflected wide by Kemper on the boards near side. Played out at center ice by Kopitar, and a whistle here. Not really sure why.
I don't think it's a penalty. LA had the puck when the whistle went.
And it didn't look like it was offside.
It is a penalty.
It is a penalty. Boy, there have been a lot of things.
Oh, boy. Mitch Marner took a pretty good shot to the head.
I don't even think that's the penalty, though.
No, I think it might be 4-on-4.
Well, we'll wait and see. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I don't want to say I'm a big deal, but I am a superhero. I love helping people consolidate their debts, and that's what I did for the Smiths. I took their bills and zoom, wha-bam, zap, turn them into one low monthly payment. No, the sound's not necessary, but it's part of the fun.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.ca/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one. Licensed where work is performed. See website for details.
Gavikov and Nylander in a jousting episode in front of the goal ends up being coincident minors, but the miss hit on Marner.
Yeah, his shot must have been behind the play.
Why wouldn't it happen in the city that had the most famous miss penalty in Toronto Maple Leaf history?
No, this isn't as important.
No.
But
Marner is okay. He's still out there. But that was certainly a penalty on Alex Laferriere. So 4-on-4, a little more ice to work with. And Marner dropping the puck back. And it will be brought out by Oliver Ekman-Larsson, or will it? He's going to drop it off, and here's Matthews. Getting a drop pass to Marner, up ahead for Riley, over the line for Matthews. He fakes the pass, now takes it to the net, doesn't shoot it. Got it freed up, though, for Marner, or back of the net. Coming out in front, and a tripping penalty, I think, is going to come to the goaltender here.
Yeah, Kemper.
Matthews got knocked down as Kemper tried to poke the puck away from him.
And I was going to say right before this.
Oh, that's the Billy Smith special.
Yeah, but
there.
I think he's just obviously going for the puck. But because Matthews is backing out from behind the net, it's right into the skates. And the Leafs will get their second 4-on-3 power play. I was just going to look up, Joe, and did. 4-on-4 for the Kings this year. They're -5. Have not scored 4-on-4, but given up 5 goals. But here's another great opportunity for now, first time they have it, they don't have John Tavares. This time, 4-on-3, they don't have Willie Nylander.
9:16 to play in the third. Kemper for tripping at 10:44. And the draw lost and brought out now by Kopitar. And Kopitar will get to center, and he's just going to flip it in as Morgan Riley is on the defense here on this power play, 4-on-3. Riley dropping it back. Matthews works through center to the line and in. Little stutter step to gain the zone. Looks back towards the blue line to find Morgan Riley. Riley looked for Tavares, who now goes to the front of the net as it comes back to Matthews. Return to Riley. Back to Matthews and right. And a big juicy rebound in front. But Tavares couldn't get his stick around in time. Shot down the ice now by LA. Riley starts back up ice. Played it off on the left wing, and Matthews is across the line to Tavares on the far half boards. John goes to the front of the net as he drops it off to Marner. Centering pass. Tavares with a save made by Kemper. And it's shot down the ice. Glorious chance there for the Leafs. Played quickly back for Riley. Up on the right side, Marner. Back it goes to Morgan Riley. Into the slot. A shot. Knocked down. There's a juicy rebound in front. And it's going to be cleared out at center ice. 18 seconds on the 4-on-3 left. Matthews to Morgan Riley. Riley into the slot area. Shot scores! Johnny Tavares! Johnny Toronto has scored on the power play, and the Leafs own the lead.
Tavares exactly where you want him, in front of the net. Had a great opportunity earlier that wouldn't go. But here, Morgan Riley, a little drag play, and then drops it from the left wing circle up to Austin Matthews. Matthews rifles it towards the net. Kemper makes the save, but off his left pad and onto the stick of Tavares, who's to his left. And Tavares simply flips it into the empty side to give the Leafs a 2-1 lead.
34th goal of the season for Tavares, and his 12th goal by way of the power play, which ties him with Willie Nylander for the club lead. What a season he has had. And with all the talk about the Marner contract, somebody better be thinking a little bit about this guy. How important of a season has he had?
I don't know what the discussion is now with the referees. Looks like everything's fine. Now, Jake McCabe is straddling the boards. Bobby McMahon is standing in front of the bench right at the blue line.
I think McMahon is going to be replaced by Jake McCabe. They didn't get the change done when they needed to, and now Craig Berube's trying to get somebody to move over that way. We'll see. Well, they're going to make a fast switch. Morgan Riley is really upset.
But it's still 4-on-4. So I don't know. Kelly Yarncroft is laughing over on the bench. Yeah,
and McCabe's giggling as well. But the Leafs own the lead. 4 seconds left in 4-on-4. And it's brought back at center by Byfield. Byfield down the left wing, forced wide and into the corner by OEL. The puck along the boards is nice. He gets it freed up, and out at center comes Nylander out of the penalty box. He's going to backhand it high into the offensive zone. Domi couldn't get there. Nyes couldn't get there. And now the Kings get it out at center. Byfield up on the right side. Byfield went to the front of the net, but the puck went around back of the goal to the near wing. Fiala gets it into the corner. Sharp angle shot. Rang off the goalpost that was well covered there by Stolarz. Far side again for Fiala. Centering pass. Off a stick. It goes down in around the boards in the corner. Played up on the wing, but Fiala has it again. Trying to saucer it in front of the net for Edmondson, who had crept in. Edmondson getting it back into the slot. Kings with it with 6:55 to go, and Nyes doesn't get it out. Kept alive again, Edmondson. Shot pass in front. Good play by McCabe to block the stick of the intended receiver. And now the Kings will bring it in on a delay as they shoot it into the corner. Leafs with it under control in their own zone. Morgan Riley banking it ahead at center. Flipped into the zone by Lorenz. David Camp into the forecheck with a hit. Lorenz couldn't get there in time, and the Kings will push it up on the wing, and a rink-wide pass gets Kopitar in on the far side. Swept around back of the net. Kopitar getting it back to the point. Long shot in traffic is blocked. Rebound cleared by the Leafs. Won't have enough to go for icing. Pressure here from Holmberg. Will have it played by Jordan Spence around the boards to the near side. Gavrikov through center. Fires it in around the boards into the Leaf zone. Toronto against the wall. OEL couldn't get it out. Puck is still free on the far wing, and now lifted to center ice by Toronto. 5:50 to go. A lot of Leaf fans in LA. As Gavrikov starts back with a pass up on the wing. It gets into the Toronto zone. Trying to make a move with it is Warren Foegele. He had it knocked off his stick, and it comes to center. 5.5 minutes to play. Here's Doughty driving, and he had lost the handle on it. Never did get a shot at the net. Back of the goal is Foegele. Played up on the wing, and Bobby McMahon trying to muscle it out. Got some help there from Tavares, and the puck is at center ice, where Doughty turns, being chased by Nylander. Pass comes ahead. Trevor Moore got it up on the far wing to the Leaf blue line, but not in. Leafs regroup the puck. Played by Morgan Riley to center, and trying to muscle it down the boards there was Camp, but he couldn't get it in. But Morgan Riley has it back again under control. To Carlo to play it down into LA territory. 4:50 to play. Leafs with a 2-1 lead. Builds here in the third period, and a whistle.
I think it's an icing call.
Oh, but the goaltender had gone out to play it. That is kind of interesting that wouldn't have been waved off. We'll wait and see once they get the commercial off the screen here to tell us where that face-off is going to be, and it's going to be at center ice, which is what I kind of thought.
Well, it might have been because the goaltender went in behind.
Yes, exactly.
Whistle had already gone.
Yep. So that's going to give us an opportunity to go to a commercial break. Goals in the third period from Matthews and Tavares. Specialty teams. 2-1 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Get closer to the artists you love on the SiriusXM app. From 24/7 channels dedicated to icons like the Beatles, Bruce Springsteen, and the Grateful Dead, to ones hosted by stars like John Mayer, Carrie Underwood, and Kelly Clarkson. Explore the songs, stories, and inside access to artists you won't find anywhere else. Plus, exclusive shows, interviews, full concerts, and more. Just search Artist Channels in the SiriusXM app.
The Point with Boomer Gordon.
For months, I've been listening to hockey people warn the Sabres. Don't move on from Dylan Cousins. This is the one you'll regret. The fact that you're trading in division is amazing to me. This guy can come back and haunt you like every Sabre does. But if I'm an Ottawa Senators fan, Jake, I'm over the moon on this trade.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Remarkable! Keeps this title charge on track, surely!
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Tavares getting the go-ahead goal on a power play that came at 12:04 of the third period.
This is going to be a hard-fought 4:45 left here in the third.
Played at center. Kings shoot it in. Round on the boards for McCabe. Matthews is able to get it up on the wing. Nyes couldn't get it out, but Matthews does, playing it through center ice. Kings try to shoot it right back in again. Stolar's out of the goal, back of the net. Plays into the corner to McCabe. Up on the left wing side for Nyes. Tried to get to center and did, and flips it deep into the zone, but is there a whistle? I didn't hear it, but they're not playing anymore, so I'm assuming they stopped because someone heard a whistle.
Sure exactly what that was for either.
4:16 to play. Leafs trying to win for the 8th time when they have trailed in the third period. Going into the third period. Played back into the Toronto end. Stolarz snaps it around the boards. It'll come to the line, but not out. Kings keep it in on the far boards. A once-timer sent in front of the net, and that exploded wide of the goal. Tavares can't get it out. Just kept in then by Edmondson. Long shot blockered away by Stolarz. Puck in along the boards in the near corner. Tavares couldn't get it out. Back of the net, trying to jam it out in front of the goal. A backhand. Stolarz the save, and the rebound was shot right across the goal mouth and wide of the net. Kopitar trying to keep it in, but it's stolen back by Toronto. Nylander playing it gingerly down into Kings territory that McMahon couldn't reach. 3:28 to go.
I don't know about you. I was waiting for the celebration on that last chance. Looked like an empty net.
Edmondson, long pass, deflects into the Toronto zone. Benoit gets there to seal the puck up on the boards in the far corner. Getting some help from David Camp. He loses it as Benoit was knocked off his skates. Leafs don't get it out. Shot was blocked away then by Stolarz. Puck is into the near boards. Trying to get it freed up there is Foegele. It's still into the slot area and bouncing into the far corner. Still pressure here from LA and a lot of it. Back is Foegele trying to center in front. Good play made there by Yarncrook to block a centering pass. And Calle Yarncrook brings it to center. Slowly to the line. Slowly in and backhanding it in deep. And getting it down into the zone with 2:35 to go. Darcy Kemper will certainly be soon coming to the bench. Brought out by Fiala. Fiala hits the line. Broken up there. The puck is still free. Batting and cleared to the line, but not out. A shot by the defense was blocked as Doughty got it away. Doughty again at the point. Now 6 attackers on the ice. A shot high off the blocker of goaltender Stolarz. It ends up into the screen and out of play.
Empty net now, so Kemper has gone to the bench. Leafs have done a good job battling. We're looking here at what appeared to be the tying goal. Wow.
What a save by the left leg. And then the one that we thought.
And it almost banked in. Even it was an empty net goal, but was not delivered on net, but almost grazed off Anthony Stolarz in it.
Leafs win the face-off. They swing it around the boards, and it is tipped out and down the ice. And an icing call will come with 2:04 to go.
LA out shooting the Leafs 36-25. Easily the best goaltending performance the Leafs have had since Joseph Woll's 2-1 win over Colorado on home ice.
That is where the big competition is down the stretch, is it not?
Well, it hasn't been much of a competition. Both goalies have struggled to find some consistency, but for Stolarz, still some work to do, but to me, his best start since coming back from the injured list.
Kings win the faceoff. Kempe over on the far side. Doughty down into the corner. Looking for a man in front of the net. Kuzmenko was there, but they couldn't get him the puck. Good effort by Tavares to jam his man up against the boards. Puck goes back at the Toronto goal. Fed around the wall. It'll come to the near side to Kempe. Kempe trying it back to the point to Doughty, and a shot coming, and that's wide. Rebound kept in. 1:40 to go. Down into the corner of the Leafs, leading by a goal. Hanging on by their thumbs, but a pass intercepted. Launched high into center ice. Bouncing puck. Stolen by Tavares. Scores! Johnny Toronto finishes the deal. An alley-oop, and the Kings defender couldn't find the puck.
No, Kopitar almost put his hands up like a center fielder losing it in the sun. And John Tavares, once it bounces, even though it went right to Kopitar, he's looking. John Tavares just jumped in, knocked it away, and then took it from the left wing side to the net. And the Leafs, LA seldom gives up 2 goals in a game on home ice. And the Leafs have struck for 3 here in the third period.
Do you want to mention the
goal streak?
No, the home record.
I did.
That they've had. I mean,
mentioned the shutout record, the home record.
Yes.
Still work to do. Leafs know that.
1:12 to go. A shot deflects wide of the goal, and it goes into the near corner. Banked around the boards. Again, the net empty as it's cleared by the Leafs out into center ice with a minute to go. Third period. Shot in by Doughty. Out of the net, closed, and now a shot to the empty net. Just misses the near post with 53.2 seconds. Not sure who took that shot.
The right-handed shot. Just to the right of Anthony Stolarz. By the way, John Tavares now 5-game goal streak, and 3 of them have been 2-goal games.
Well, that line has been red hot. Nylander has his stick slashed in half and no call. Puck into the corner. Willie's gotten a new cue, and it is played by Oliver Ekman-Larsson around the boards, but it's going to deflect into the Toronto bench. Or maybe it went out of play. But 40.6 seconds left to play in the third period. The Leafs with a 3-1 lead on the LA Kings, who have the best home record in the National Hockey League. And the Maple Leafs are going to sweep both games from LA this season if they can hang on to a 2-goal lead here.
Pretty much win a face-off in the game.
Tavares asked to do that, but he loses the draw, and a shot is blocked. The rebound is fanned on. The puck's still free as it comes to Kempe. Kempe dropping it back to the point. A shot knocked down by the glove of Stolarz. Tavares does a good job to get it to the line, but not out. Here's Kempe with it again. Pass back onto the right wing side, stolen by the Leafs, but now cleared into the corner. Byfield along the boards to Kopitar. Back to the point it'll come. Doughty getting it off on the right side. Doughty still holding as it goes off his skate. 8 seconds left. Game is over, ladies and gentlemen. And the Toronto Maple Leafs are going to win a game that would be the toughest one on this road trip when you looked at it when they headed west.
Boy, and they got the goaltending. Joe, Anthony Stolarz just gives up 1 goal on 37 LA shots. I thought they battled exceptionally well in front of him. But there wasn't that goal that sinks the bench. He was consistent, bordering on spectacular, as LA outshoots Toronto 37-26. John Tavares, a 5-game goal streak. And in those 5 games, Joe, 8 goals for the assistant captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And I thought that the Matthews line all night was outstanding. Matthew Nyes, I thought, had a spectacular night as well.
Didn't get a point.
Even though he didn't pick up a point. I thought he was great.
I agree with
forecheck.
Yep.
And
his physicality.
Yeah, and you know what? When you start saying, okay, this is a playoff-style game, who scored in the third period? Austin Matthews, John Tavares had a pair. Matthews also assisted on the Tavares goal. And you also had Mitch Marner assisting on the Tavares empty netters. So You got great goaltending. I thought every line had energy in this game. They were solid defensively. And when it came down to it, it was the big boys that stepped up and scored the big goals.
Third period was brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or XL, there's a Molson with your name on it. And lots to talk about. And the post-game show with Anthony Stewart and Jim Taddy as the Maple Leafs win this one 3-1. We are right back at it tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Is game time for us as the Leafs will tangle with the Ducks in Anaheim. So the final score is the Leafs 3, the LA Kings 1. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every reaction that I have seen to the breaking news is what the hell just happened.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of SiriusXM.
The Memphis Grizzlies have parted ways with head coach Taylor Jenkins.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
There has to be more to the story. Whoa, this is out of nowhere.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
Taylor Jenkins is a fantastic coach.
Live sports talk when you need it is on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I've said this since the Luka trade. Nothing surprises me anymore.
We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but certainly haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The best player analysts and insiders live on NHL Network Radio. Mike Johnson.
If you would have asked me, what's the one record that would never, ever, ever be broken? Was the 894 goals. Every single day he scores, that's sort of the lead story in the NHL. And yet here's Ovi about to do it, and he's going to push through 900 goals, and he could push to 1,000 if he wanted to. He played 3 more seasons.
Get the latest opinion and analysis you need on the home of hockey, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
What's up, hockey fans, Maple Leafs fans? It's Hockey Night in Canada. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Oh, it's a West Coast trip. Out in LA and a matinee because in LA, maybe Miss Brandy can tell us. Out there in California, it's early. It's 4 in the afternoon that this game's starting up. We thank you for being here. I will be at Soldier Field in Chicago running all of these live streams with the help of my team, as Tom, Sarah, and I are out on the field for the Chicago Fire and Montreal Impact game live right now. So thank you for hanging out with us. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe if you're new. Share it out and check out our Bragging Mania campaign. And go Leafs, go! Let's get the win on Hockey Night in Canada. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go!
The one hiccup with Benoit stumbling that led to the only LA goal. I thought it's probably as good a game, and I'm going to throw the Colorado 2-1 win in there as well. Yeah. As good a game as they've played since the break as far as being a complete game. Although I can't, for the life of me, and Stewie, tell me if I'm wrong, how the Matthews goal wasn't called back with a high stick. I mean, you see the freeze frame, and it's well above his head.
Yeah.
And
the stick of God. That's
it's. I was just absolutely blown away. I mean, I was glad I was wrong, but I was absolutely blown away that that goal counted.
Well, again, that's Toronto for you. But you weren't supposed to laugh. My mic's on. But anyways, I think great performance by Stolarz tonight. 36 saves by my count there, and he's looking a lot better lately, as of late, especially like he did pre-injury. So my question for you is, what are your thoughts on his game? But do you go back to him tomorrow versus Anaheim, or give him the break?
No, he's Florida. He's up next against Florida. He did lose in Florida against his former team earlier in the year, and he lost at home against them. But I think you've got to reward him with that start on Wednesday. And I just like the fact that he was, and I know you made mention of it, and I think it was in the second intermission, that he's not swimming. He was anchored, and he was set, and he was square. And I like the fact that he was out probably a foot higher than we've seen him of late on a lot of point shots, where he was out at the top of the crease. And that's the one thing I noticed watching Darcy Kemper tonight. And a lot of that has to do with the way the guys are playing in front of you, that if you just give me the shot, I can come out and be aggressive on it. No backdoor plays, no odd man rushes back the other way. And that's what I like with Stolarz. And it wasn't that he necessarily stole the game, but he did not give up that goal that at the wrong time that was going to sink. The Leafs still came up with some spectacular saves, but looked a lot more like the guy we saw pre-injury.
Yeah, that's well said. I mean, he didn't give them anything, that's for sure. The Leafs did allow 37 shots on goal, but I thought their 5-on-5 play was pretty good.
Yeah, even the 14 shots in the second period, they, LA had some opportunities and, some scrambles where they banged 2 or 3 shots in a row away and into the pads of Stolarz. But yeah, I really like the fact that they battled at both ends of the ice. And like I said, when you notice Kelly Yarncroc on the forecheck and you notice Pontus Holmberg on the back check, I think it was a game that the Leafs looked like, I don't want to say played scared, but played with urgency, thinking that we can't lose this game. We gave up a valuable point in San Jose. We know these games are important. We know who the opponent is. We know how good they've been on home ice. And they played where there was that urgency that we can't lose this game. And sometimes you can say it's playing scared, but I thought they were very aggressive because of that.
It was a fantastic game by John Tavares, and I'm sure we'll get to there in a minute here. But it was sort of a great build by the first line. Started with Matthews and Marner, where they just started to slowly but surely, quietly just take over that game. You saw Austin Matthews with a beautiful goal there between his legs, getting the puck and then lifting the stick before putting it home. Mitch Marner, again, elevating too with some great assists as well. So what were your thoughts on them tonight?
I thought they were the best line. I mean, the Tavares line is really carried the Leafs through the last few games. But I thought the Matthews line was dominant. I mean, just absolutely dominant. I only watched the first 2 periods of Tampa and the Islanders today, but it's always the Point Kucherov line that does the damage and seems to control the game. But I thought even though Matthew Nyes doesn't get a point on the night, I thought he was fantastic. The number of times he got in the forecheck and was able to turn the puck over and get some offensive zone time, and it's what they needed. And like we said at the end of the game, Joe and I before signing off, it was a game where you say, okay, this is a playoff type game, right? Yep. Where there's not a lot of room on the ice. You got to battle through your chances. And what do? They get the goaltending at one end, and you got Matthews and John Tavares score the big goals at the other. So hopefully this is another little step on what they're going to be able to do in a few weeks.
Yeah, hopefully it's an indication. I mean, you said the Colorado game earlier, and I would agree with that because that was a defensive matchup style game as well. And maybe the loss against Florida on home ice would have been similar. Makes you want to look forward to the two battles with Florida over the next couple of weeks and the game in Tampa, just because if that's how they're going to play in a specific test, you can almost throw out all the other games, and that includes some wins too.
Yeah, and you know what? There are some similarities with Florida and Los Angeles as well. I watched their game against Utah last night, and even though Utah scores in the third period, Florida didn't create a whole lot offensively last night. But they give up so little, and that's going to be a similar test for the Leafs, much like they saw tonight, where you're going to have to look after your own end because you're not going to get any gift opportunities at the other. So it'll be a good test. But I also caused part of the Anaheim Ranger game. Rangers blow a 2-goal lead late in the third period against Anaheim. They've got some kids that can skate, and it's going to be a test tomorrow. And it's the hard part is going to be trying to match today's intensity tomorrow, because let's face it, I mean, for the most part, you're chasing the game, right? Yeah. And it takes a lot of energy out of you. And the Laferriere goal came early in the second period, so it's this is going to be one of the tougher back-to-backs on the year, simply because this game tonight was such a grind.
It was a pretty solid outing by the Riley-Carlo pairing tonight.
Yeah, and a lot of simple plays, too, Stewie, where it was just if you don't have anything, then off the boards and out it goes. Get to the red line, dump it in, and sometimes it's that simplicity that and patience, really, because I think a lot of times in a game like this, the Leafs, including their defensemen, get a little impatient, and it's like, okay, let's try the 40-foot stretch pass out, and then it gets picked off and turned back on an odd man rush the other way. So I thought they were good, and it'll be nice to see if they can grow as you get closer to playoff time, where you understand the roles. Carlo, you love the reach, you love how physical he is, and if Morgan Riley can feed off that, give him a little more room to get the puck out, they could be dynamite in the playoffs.
I like the fact that Carlo got in that early fight, and they both laughed about it in the penalty box.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the conversation was. It was only the Alot's third NHL game, and I think he's a Toronto kid too.
Burlington.
So yeah, this okay. So he's 3 hours from Toronto.
Yeah,
but
not in the Sky chopper.
Yes, but it almost looked like he knows this game is being televised back to Toronto, and it was almost a thank you, wasn't it? Stewie? Yeah. Like it looked like one of those, hey, thanks, I got people watching. And it's a big deal. So it's a second game with the Kings. He played one in Winnipeg a couple of years ago. So it looked like the guy's must have pretty good mitts. He's been a 20-goal scorer, I think, in the last 4 years in the American League. So may not be known for his fisticuffs, but seemed pretty appreciative that Brandon Carlo got him some TV time.
Yeah, a little bit of intel on that. They brought him in just to replace Tanner Jeannot, who's out for a couple of months. So I'm not sure if it's reported he's been out for a couple of months, but he will be. So they want to see.
Oh wow, yeah, no, I've only seen day to day on Jeannot, so. It's
hopefully he's not on in LA.
That's
send that up to CJ, please.
Maybe, yeah, he'll be out as long as it takes to get to Toronto from Burlington.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be a breaker of anything here, but also, the win tonight puts them in first place in the division. How important do you think it is to finish first place and maybe avoid a Florida or Tampa Bay matchup?
Yeah, except you get Ottawa that you haven't beat this year. So there's, pick your poison, I guess. I think, as always, you would rather have Game 7 at home if that's the advantage in a long series. Obviously, that's not guaranteed. The bottom line is the way the playoffs are now. I mean, it would appear that Washington is going to get the most favorable matchup. I don't look at Ottawa as a team that's going to be a walk in the park for anybody that gets them in the first round. I think they're going to be hungry. They lack some experience. But they're going to be thrilled to be playing in the postseason this year. So it's, I think it might be important just in the sense, Stewie, that you go through this year together and all the changes that were made and the blue line and then the acquisition of Carlo and Lott at the deadline, that you did accomplish something. And you did it with the defending Stanley Cup champs in your division. So, it's not the be-all, end-all. I think you can go back to the We Want Florida chants and say, careful what you wish for. But I do think there is, it's a goal, I think, to say that, we want to finish first and you do it a game at a time and thank God for the ability and use all the cliches you want. But I think it's important, maybe as much as finishing first, it's just building, all these little steps that get you to the postseason. That means you're going to win a lot more than you lose.
Just one more before we let you go. What did you think of that Darcy Kemper wipeout of the Billy Smith swing on Matthews?
Yeah, it was. I thought it was a great play, but I don't think Kemper, because he was moving to his right while he was doing it, I don't think he expected Matthews to be backing out. And it's because Matthews was trying to back out from behind the net that he got the skates first. But Billy Smith would have been about anywhere from 4 to 6 feet higher, though. Yeah. Jimmer, that's the big difference. And the fact that Matthews was just tripped and not decapitated was probably the thing I noticed first.
Ralphie, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, boys.
All right, the Leafs win 3-1 over the LA Kings. This is Leafs Game Night at TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you, with Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada. They are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country, with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They could help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-656-7129. That's 1-800-656-7129. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-656-7129. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-656-7129. Ontario license number 4705786.
Touchdown. Great catch. Give me a high five. 5 minutes later. Interception. Awesome play. Give me a high five. 2 hours later.
Eddie, did you order 20 high five specials from 2-for-1 Pizza?
You kept asking for high fives.
I meant... never mind. I'm hungry.
High five. Buy any large traditional pizza and get up to 3 medium one-topping pizzas for just $5 each.
2-for-1 pizza. 2-for-1.
Leafs Game Night, they win 3-1 in LA against the Kings. On to Anaheim for tomorrow night's contest. Jim Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, we were wondering at the end of the second period what would turn this game around, or how would the Leafs, decide their own fate. And oddly enough, it happens on a penalty kill, and just the strangest set of circumstances. Matthews gets a breakaway, misses, and then keeps the play alive with a air quotes high stick, and then scores. And so they go from a penalty kill to a goal to a power play to a 2-man advantage. All in the span of minutes, but they only get the goal out of it. But that's a significant sway in a hockey game, isn't it?
Yes. What an odd sequence of events, right? And right before the Tavares penalty, a great save by Stolarz there, keeping the game 1-0. So, on that play, great job by Matthews, not really getting, discombobulated or upset, missing the breakaway. Great play there. And then he stays on top of the puck, keeps it in, and goes in. But that was like a world-class elite play. And this is the last game that I think a play like that would happen, right? Tight checking guys and taking your time and space away. So he did an amazing job in putting it between his legs. And right before he let the shot off, he slid it under the defender's stick, gave it a little lift, and released it. Like, there's 5 guys in the world that can do that. So it's just an amazing play doing that on the road, third period, shorthanded, and that just shows, a couple weeks ago, him not just talking the talk, but walking the walk and elevating his game. He took over that game, him and Marner as well. So Tavares had a great game, but that first line, it was a statement, and it started in the first period, just building and getting in on the cycle, getting to the net. Second period, getting some more shots. I think Matthews had 8 shots tonight, maybe 9. He was 71% in the faceoff dot, so that was a dominating event against a team that has probably one of the strongest 3 centers in the league, and Byfield, Kopitar, and Deneau, and just to see him dominate and elevate. We talked about it in the pregame show, why this season is different. He is taking over, and it's getting some great results for this Maple Leafs team.
Yeah, 8 shots, another one that didn't get through, so 9 attempts. I mean, and that's what you expect out of him. And I think that if you looked at the game summary, you'd see what he did, you'd see what John Tavares did, but it wouldn't tell you about the build, about the work ethic from line to line, the matching, the defensive responsibility. This was quite a hockey game.
It was a chess match. And, now that I'm on the coaching side, I have a great appreciation for, defensive schemes and neutral zones and pushing guys and directing them into traffic or directing them into lanes. It's a game within the game. And I love this style of hockey. Yes, it's not the most entertaining. It's not barn burning or going end to ends. But again, you have to, resort back to the basics and the fundamentals. And essentially what it is just outworking your fellow man and working for every single inch in time and space and getting to the net. So it's great when you see Toronto play that game, because they have the ability to do that. We know they can win the game 6-4. We know they can put up 5, 6, 7 goals in a game, but it's games like this that show that this team can and hopefully will be ready for prime time come playoff time. LA, they have to do that because since the time the new divisions have come out, they've been playing the Edmonton Oilers the first round, and this is the style that suits them best in defeating a Connor McDavid Edmonton Oilers. But for Toronto to come in, that's where the issue is. You can shut down a Connor and a Draisaitl, but when you have Nylander and you have Marner and you have Matthews and you have Tavares, who out of nowhere, it's time to score 2 goals, it's very, very difficult to defend. So for me, this is the style that I believe can win playoffs. But ultimately, what they got tonight was the goaltending. And Stolarz, he did have some big saves, but he didn't have to be acrobatic and, making the huge saves that they showed from the OHL Cup and scorpion saves. He just came in, played big. As Ralphie mentioned, he was anchored to the front of the net, and, he was a difference maker tonight as well.
And let's remind ourselves, this is only the 4th regulation loss at home ice for the LA Kings all season. I like the way you mapped that out. I mean, it was the goaltending, it was the offense, it was the defense, it was the line matching. I mean, this was following the game plan, wasn't it?
It was, and if LA has something to complain about, maybe it's the 4 o'clock start, right? They're used to the 7 o'clock Eastern time, right? So, it was the little details that you might think do not make sense or make a big deal that add up to the huge things at the end of the game. And, in contrast was the San Jose, right? Too many times they pinched. Too many times they didn't have an F3. Too many times they were throwing pucks up the middle. Too many times the goaltender wasn't dialed in. And those little mistakes add up to big ones at the end. But it was the exact opposite tonight, where they were just paying attention to those little fundamentals. And other than the breakdown on Benoit, blowing a tire essentially, like, it was, not saying it was a perfect game, but they had a great fundamental back to basic style hockey. So I like that, because San Jose was the opposite, but they found a way to respond, and the response from this group most of the season has been great. So that's why I'm optimistic for these final games and going into the playoffs.
Well, and I want to go back to what Ralphie said, the Colorado game, tonight's game, and as I pointed out, the game Wednesday against Florida, and then the following week, the game in Florida and in Tampa. These are the games that tell you where this team's at. Do they guarantee, if they swept all of them, would they guarantee that they would advance deep in the playoffs? No, but it tells you where they're at, and it gives you a pretty good glimpse. The rest of the games are sort of paperwork, accounting. You have to play them. You have to take care of your business. And if you don't, it doesn't really tell you much about the team. But these 5 games are huge for me.
It is. It is, and you're obviously playing. You mentioned the 2 games versus Florida. You're playing against Columbus, whose playoff lives are on the line as well too, and they're fighting. There's no easy games, right? Then there's after Tampa Bay, there's Montreal and Carolina, right? So the ones that really worry me, Taddy, is the final 2 games versus Buffalo and Detroit. And I think I've seen this movie before. If we're in the Matrix, I don't want to predict what's going to happen, but at the end of the day, they control their destiny. And again, it's funny when the wins are plentiful, everything's great, but when there's a loss or a streak, oh man. But this group now, with the win tonight, they're atop of that division right now, ahead of Florida Panthers and the Tampa Bay Lightning. So they do control their destiny. It's about what they do, win the games that they need to win, to control their destiny, and ultimately, play against, that wild card team for the first round.
So you're not up for Buffalo and Detroit to close out the regular season?
No, call me April 21st when the playoffs start. I'm skipping that chapter.
The Leafs going with the Marley lineup tonight, just to protect everybody. All right, tonight's coach's comment is powered by your Ontario Honda dealers. Score a $1,500 Honda bonus on the CRV Sport. Conditions apply. Visit HondaOntario.com. Coach Berube, and what made the difference?
Our special teams, PK and power play got us a goal each. That's the difference in the game. I thought it was pretty tight 5-on-5, both ways. And PK did a good job, got a shorty, and our power play came through when we needed him to.
How much better did you like your group's defensive effort?
Well, I liked it a lot better. I think, we kept things outside. They threw a lot of pucks at the net, but, those are easy saves for our goalie. I thought that the interior of the ice we defended really well. Blocking around our net, we were hard. Overall, we checked well. Didn't give up odd man rushes and things like that. I thought we defended well. That's a difference in the game for me.
What have you liked about Austin on the penalty kill?
Well, he wins draws. He's got a great stick, block shots. He does all the things right that you want on your penalty kill.
How concerned were you that goal might come back?
Well, it's close. It's close. Yeah, very close. So I was 50-50, I guess, on it.
How do you make of Tavares' consistent ability to
just keeps battling and wins puck battles? That's the biggest thing for me is he wins so many battles with his stick, heavy stick, strong. He's so great and tight around the net, scoring goals. That's where he gets most of his goals. Face-off circle, he's one of the best in the league. Every night he's 50% or better, it seems like. It's all the little things he does that really make him a great player.
Do you appreciate that stuff more this year, seeing it up close?
I always, I've always known it, watching them, but yeah, you do appreciate it when you're coaching them. Just got him out there at the end of the game because I know he's going to win the draw. You just look at the, throughout the night, I think he was 11-3 going into the 6-on-5, and, I just know he's going to win it.
11 different Leafs have fought for you guys, drop the gloves.
I'm teaching them a few things.
What do you think it does for the group, though, that you have guys that are willing to do that?
It gets very important that you stand up for yourself, and not everybody. I don't expect, look, first and foremost, I don't expect people to fight, but stand up for yourself. And the guys do that. We push back, You're not going to get pushed around.
Leafs win at 3-1. This is Leafs Game Night at TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Need to send. Every reaction that I have seen to the breaking news is what the hell just happened.
When the sports world is talking, nobody gives you more perspectives than the experts of SiriusXM.
The Memphis Grizzlies have parted ways with head coach Taylor Jenkins.
Hear instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio.
There has to be more to the story. Whoa, this is out of nowhere.
And expert analysis on NBA Radio.
Taylor Jenkins is a fantastic coach.
Live sports talk when you need it is on SiriusXM and the SiriusXM app.
I've said this since the Luka trade. Nothing surprises me anymore.
The countdown to history is on. Alexander Ovechkin, one of the greatest to ever play the game, is chasing hockey immortality. Every goal brings him closer to legend status. And SiriusXM is your front row seat to the action.
Alex Ovechkin!
Live every game, plus catch exclusive interviews with those who know him best, former teammates, coaches, and legends of the game on the SiriusXM app.
Brad Ovechkin scores!
The Great Chase is on NHL Network Radio.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Point with Boomer Gordon.
For months, I've been listening to hockey people warn the Sabres, don't move on from Dylan Cousins. This is the one you'll regret. The fact that you're trading in division is amazing to me. This guy can come back and haunt you like every Sabre does. But if I'm an Ottawa Senators fan, Jake, I'm over the moon on this trade.
Point with Boomer Gordon. 1 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Leafs game night. Leafs celebrating a 3-1 win in LA against the Kings. Chip Taddy and Anthony Stewart with you. Stu, let's go back to that the goal review, the high stick. Because it was negated on the ice, I don't know how you would find the quintessential view to, the conclusive video to overrule it. The high stick thing's a hard thing to do on video, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And again, we have one camera angle, right? But I believe the feed goes back to Toronto where they have multiple angles and from the trucks and all that as well. So, from the front, it might look like, yes, it's head and shoulders above the crossbar. But from a different angle or many different ones, it might be a little bit inconclusive. But I think ultimately you don't want to be embarrassing your referees and overcalling something. Yes, you want to get it right. But I'm just happy it didn't take 20 minutes to slow down the game where I have to go take a nap to come back to watch. So, in my opinion, I think they did get it right. And you don't want to be taking away offense from the game. But ultimately, it was a game-changing, call on LA by making the call for high stick. And typically when the team makes that call, they're usually, it's conclusive saying, yeah, it's 100%. But they made the risk. It ended up going against them, and it proved costly for them as it got the Toronto Maple Leafs back into the game.
I want to go back to what Coach Berube said about keeping the Kings to the outside. I think you would agree that they did that against Colorado. How many times could you think of that they did that this year?
I think that's sort of been their Achilles heels in years past, and he made the perfect point in saying they did a good job defending the interior. That's a good line there. I'm going to use that. That's a new coaching line too. But again, I think you mentioned the addition of Carlo, right? He's so long and he's so big and he's got a big range. When you're coming down one-on-one, you're forced to go to the outside. He's too big to come and try to beat through the inside. Same thing with Tanev and McCabe. They are heavy guys. Same thing with OEL. You're going to get a chop. You're going to get a chop. You're going to get a whack. You're going to get a slash. So I think he summed it up perfectly saying, yes, they did outshoot the Toronto Maple Leafs tonight, but a lot of it was from the exterior, from the outside, and there wasn't very many second and third opportunities. So I'll have to say I think they've been pretty consistent with that, but that just shows when the defense plays solid, simplistic, strong, box-out hockey, it makes the goaltender look phenomenal. And yes, Stolarz did have an amazing game, but he wasn't overly worked. He wasn't having to stack the pads or make beautiful staves and have to push from side to side. Remember some of those goals that caught him and Wall over the last couple of weeks? They have to push so far. They overextend themselves 2-3 feet outside the crease, and they don't get back across. A very, very solid game defensively, and I think it's due to the play of the defenseman, 100%.
Then just a quick thought on the way out. I mean, that point in San Jose was almost mocked, but they do have a 1-point lead atop the Atlantic Division, so they all count.
Yes, coaches say we are in point collection season, and every point counts, and you're not going to overanalyze any game. It's just we have to find a way to get a point, win, lose, or draw. We'll do our best.
Stu, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks a lot. Go Leafs, go.
There we go. All right, 3-1, the Leafs win over the LA Kings. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
As if the clock is ticking. Find the person that's been kidnapped, disable the bomb, stop the terrorist, get to the stage on time so you can get up and do your stand-up comedy when the audience is waiting. The ticking clock makes people realize we don't have time to screw around. We got to fix this and do it right now. So that was, in many ways, as miserable it was for, and particularly with my team, because I had a great team, but they did the heavy lifting because in essence, we had to do everything on handshakes. You're not going to get everything documented, but you're talking about the most honorable parties on earth, the mayor, Fox, Liberty Media. When they shake your hand, it's gold. And so we got it all done, and here we are.
What was it like this is 1997, so no e-transfers. What was it like to tell the Rangers, to quote a song, to take this and shove it? Who made the call and said, by the way, here's the check for Joe Sakic, bye-bye, NYC?
Well, Pierre went to Joe's house and delivered the money. I got up with Liberty and Fox and the mayor at City Hall, and we announced the arena deal, Fox and Liberty. And we were coordinated. It was choreographed. And then I was a speechwriter when I was a kid, and I had the blessing to do some work for the governor of New York when he was vice president, Nelson Rockefeller, and he had that famous picture where he was being heckled, and he offered his opinion of that. And that picture of him flipping the bird was, I figured, a nice gift to send Dave Checketts, who was a good friend of mine, by the way.
I love it. I never knew that. I love it.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio. SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, March the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 1 p.m., Philadelphia Flyers take on the Buffalo Sabres. Flyers on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 940. Sabres on Internet 922. 2 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the New York Islanders. Lightning on XM219, Internet 945. Islanders on Internet 937. 4:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the St. Louis Blues. Avalanche on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 926, Blues on Internet 944. 6 p.m., Minnesota Wild face the New Jersey Devils. Wild on XM219, Internet 933, Devils on Internet 936. 6:30 p.m., Nashville Predators take on the Vegas Golden Knights. Predators on XM220, Internet 935, Knights on Internet 949. 7 p.m., LA Kings face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Kings on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 932, Leafs on Internet 946. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Senators on SiriusXM channels 167, Internet 939, Blue Jackets on Internet 927. 8 p.m., Detroit Red Wings face the Boston Bruins. Red Wings on XM221, Internet 929, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Edmonton Oilers face the Calgary Flames. Oilers on SiriusXM channels 91, Internet 930, Flames on Internet 923. 10:30 p.m., Seattle Kraken take on the Dallas Stars. Kraken on XM220, Internet 943, Stars on Internet 928. 10:30 p.m., San Jose Sharks face the New York Rangers. Sharks on XM219, Internet 942, Rangers on Internet 938. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, March the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
Former owner of the Colorado Avalanche, Charlie Lyons, had 7 days to figure out how to keep Joe Sakic from joining the New York Rangers back in '97, and he stopped by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio with Steve Koulias to talk about how a little film called Air Force One helped him feel more confident in the face of this chaos and keep Sakic.
Okay. Coincident with that, we were releasing Air Force One. I had another company, Beacon Communications, run by two terrific film producers, Armin Bernstein and Mark Abraham. And we had decided to make a big movie. There's no guarantee how those things work out, but everything came together. Wolfgang Peterson, Harrison Ford, terrific script by Andrew Marlowe. And it was pure joy. And it came out and it was one of the most successful movies of all time, leading R-rated release in history. So you're feeling kind of good about things. And what that did was it created some confidence when you get cold-cocked like this. A really successful organization, Jim Cronin, Art Aaron, Tim Romani, who built Kaminsky Park, to sort of huddle and say, okay, what do we do with this? Do we want 5 draft picks? What are we going to do without Joe? Well, that was an idiot test, right? What are you going to do without Joe? You're going to end up in the toilet. And Joe was, somebody that Pierre saw as a potential successor for him when he was no longer interested in being the president of the team. And so there was so much at stake. In essence, what you do, you bang around like a pinball for about 3 days trying to figure out where the restroom is. But then you get your act together and you say, okay, well, let's not waste this crisis. What would we need to do to put ourselves, the company, in the best position to feel smart about matching this offer? And the answer was pretty simple. You're not going to take money from the film company and pay a professional athlete, say, thanks for, you've grown up, Beacon, you've done a great job, and as a prize, we're going to take all your money away and play a hockey player. That wouldn't happen. But what that did is it allowed me to pick up the phone and call the mayor and say, hey, Wellington, look, let's finish the arena deal, because in order to sell to all of our free agents a vision about what Denver sports and Colorado sports can be, we should be in a state-of-the-art venue. And we've got, all the pieces in place to do that. Let's finish that deal. That'll send a message. And these things we're haggling over, I need them to pay Joe Sakic and keep the team together. We've got to be able to put a respectable product on the ice. Number 2, great corporate partner, Liberty Media. They're legendary in the media business. And to reach out to them and say, look, now we have the arena, we've got these 2 teams and things are relatively stable. How would you like to invest in a small piece? And not coincidentally, the exact number that we need to match this offer. So I'm padding, our resources. And then the final piece, which was the one we were pretty confident we could get done. We didn't know if we could get any of it done, but we were confident we might get this last one done, is that Fox wanted to re-up with the Avalanche and the Nuggets. So to cement them for a long period of time and maybe recalibrate the rights payment so we got more up front, again, improving, that gave us the strength to then turn around and on day 7 and say, oops, sorry, you stank.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, March the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 1 p.m., Philadelphia Flyers take on the Buffalo Sabres. Flyers on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 940. Sabres on Internet 922. 2 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the New York Islanders. Lightning on XM 219, Internet 945. Islanders on Internet 937. 4:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the St. Louis Blues. Avalanche on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 926, Blues on Internet 944. 6 p.m., Minnesota Wild face the New Jersey Devils. Wild on XM 219, Internet 933, Devils on Internet 936. 6:30 p.m., Nashville Predators take on the Vegas Golden Knights. Predators on XM 220, Internet 935, Knights on Internet 949. 7 p.m., LA Kings face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Kings on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 932. Leafs on Internet 946. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Senators on Sirius XM channels 167, Internet 939. Blue Jackets on Internet 927. 8 p.m., Detroit Red Wings face the Boston Bruins. Red Wings on XM 221, Internet 929. Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Edmonton Oilers face the Calgary Flames. Oilers on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 930. Flames on Internet 923. 10:30 p.m., Seattle Kraken take on the Dallas Stars. Kraken on XM 220, Internet 943. Stars on Internet 928. 10:30 p.m., San Jose Sharks face the New York Rangers. Sharks on XM 219, Internet 942. Rangers on Internet 938. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Saturday, March the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
In the summer of 1997, the New York Rangers tried to sign away Joe Sakic from the Colorado Avalanche, and owner of the Avs at that time, Charlie Lyons, had 7 days to figure out how to keep Sakic. Stopping by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on Channel 91, Lyons was on to talk with Steve Kouleas from the Power Play about his initial reaction to the news of New York offering Sakic $15 million up front in their deal.
I remember the summer of 1997. The Rangers have offer sheeted Joe Sakic. It's a 3-year deal, $21 million, $15 million up front. I remember that part. Joining us now is Charlie Lyons, the Avs CEO. The big honcho at the time joins me on the Power Play. So where were you, Charlie, when you first heard the news? Did you fall off your chair?
Well, I didn't fall off my chair, but I left my heart in San Francisco. The phone rang. It was Mark Kisla, who terrific journalist that was always sort of ahead of stories. And he said, "Hey, what do you think about the offer sheet for Joe Sakic for $21 million with 15 up front? How you doing?" Your mind goes to, he's obviously kidding. He wants something else, but he wasn't kidding. And so, it's a punch. I was getting ready to go on vacation, so that's the right time to slam somebody. And that's what it was. So I was a neighbor, my dear friend Pierre Lacroix, collaborator, lived across the cul-de-sac. So we met at the center of the cul-de-sac, and he just gave me this look like, wow, who'd have thunk? And then, what are you going to do? What's your plan, big guy? Because that's a lot of money. 30 years ago, that kind of contract was destabilizing, to say the least. And also, Dave Checkins had done his homework, right? That they had been smart enough to, because we were publicly traded and we were a young company. He looked at the balance sheet and said, look how much money they have in the bank. So we offer $1 more. It's going to knock their company on their ear. They're going to have to take 5 picks. So, given that he had Richter and he had, the greatest player of all time, Wayne Gretzky, and by the way, Joe Sakic's idol, that was going to be a powerful team. And having just lost Messier, he needed to do something. And so he did the right thing. He said, what the heck? There's a chance they aren't going to be able to pull it off. And at least I'm making an effort. And so I felt pretty beat up, candidly.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, March the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 1 p.m., Philadelphia Flyers take on the Buffalo Sabres. Flyers on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 940, Sabres on Internet 922. 2 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning take on the New York Islanders. Lightning on XM219 Internet 945, Islanders on Internet 937. 4:30 p.m., Colorado Avalanche face the St. Louis Blues. Avalanche on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 926, Blues on Internet 944. 6 p.m., Minnesota Wild face the New Jersey Devils. Wild on XM219 Internet 933, Devils on Internet 936. 6:30 p.m., Nashville Predators take on the Vegas Golden Knights. Predators on XM220 Internet 935, Knights on Internet 949. 7 p.m., LA Kings face the Toronto Maple Leafs. Kings on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 932, Leafs on Internet 946. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Senators on SiriusXM channels 167 Internet 939, Blue Jackets on Internet 927. 8 p.m., Detroit Red Wings face the Boston Bruins. Red Wings on XM221 Internet 929, Bruins on Internet 921. 10 p.m., Edmonton Oilers face the Calgary Flames. Oilers on SiriusXM channels 91 Internet 930, Flames on Internet 923. 10:30 p.m., Seattle Kraken take on the Dallas Stars. Kraken on XM220 Internet 943, Stars on Internet 928. 10:30 p.m., San Jose Sharks face the New York Rangers. Sharks on XM219 Internet 942, Rangers on Internet 938. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, March the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
Mark Messier is a 6-time Stanley Cup champion. He won 5 with the Edmonton Oilers and 1 with the New York Rangers, and is the only player to captain 2 teams to Stanley Cup championships. In Edmonton, after winning back-to-back Stanley Cup championships in 1984 and 85, it wasn't until 1987 where the team would win their 3rd Stanley Cup championship. Speaking on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Messier joined Scott Laughlin for the morning skate on SiriusXM Channel 91 to talk about what it was like to win that 1987 Stanley Cup Finals series against the Philadelphia Flyers, despite blowing a 3-1 series lead and having to win it in a Game 7.
Mark, let's go back to the 1987 Canada, or not Canada Cup. That was still to come.
That was
the 1987. That wasn't Game 7, but that was an all-decider as well, as we know. But for Game 7, that was pretty good stuff. But 87 in the Stanley Cup Final, you're facing Philadelphia. You're up 3-1 in the series. They come back to tie it. Now you've got Game 7. Take us back to your greatest remembrances of, again, almost letting the series slip away and then having that opportunity in Game 7 to come up big, which you guys clearly did.
Well, it just goes to show you that we felt back in 87, we were really at the peak of that team in some ways. Some people think 85 team was the best team ever. 87, I think, was probably the most talented team. I think 85 team had a better overall record. I think it was 16-1 or 16-2 in that playoff year. 87, we got tangled up against Philadelphia, but we felt we're a better team. But sports isn't about who's a better team. It's about it's about the belief system inside the dressing room. And Philadelphia wouldn't quit. Mike Keenan wouldn't allow the young Philadelphia team to quit. They were kind of banged up. They had some injuries, but they were able to extend the series after what we thought probably should have been maybe at least 4 or 5 game series. We lost, I think, the first game, if I remember correctly, and then came back and won 3 in a row, coming home to win the 5th game, only to realize that winning the championship even after all the experience we had, is not that easy. And then going back to Philadelphia for Game 6, and they trounced us in Philly. Now we find ourselves in a Game 7, and then once you get to a Game 7, anything can happen. You can get a bad break, an unlucky bounce, as we've seen in the past, and so everything's at stake, everything's on the line, and I think luckily for us, we're able to, really kind of rely on our experiences that we had in the past. We felt incredibly confident that if we went out and played our best game and Philadelphia went out and played their best game, our best was going to be good enough. But even with that, there was so much uncertainty. And sure enough, we were able to win our third cup in 4 years, which was quite an incredible feat.
That was Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers, Mark Messier, on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin on Channel 91.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Saturday, March the 29th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels